and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another round of the UKSimRacing Community's GT3 League Season 10, as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC, known as iRacing. And today marks round 4 of 8 as our drivers conclude the first half of the season with a visit to Germany. And like no other circuit they go to, it is the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, also known as the Nürburgring Combined. This is the layout of the venerable German circuit that brings together the best elements of the Grand Prix circuit and of course the Nordschleife Loop, and featured commonly in 24-hour endurance races throughout each and every year. This circuit is just as much about consistency and car control as it is about pace. If you can survive a lap around here and put it together over multiple laps, you've got a very high likelihood of finishing well, just as much as you have been able to put in an absolutely solid and fast lap, but potentially having to back it off for the rest of if you can't keep the pace up. This circuit that spans its way all the way up, through and down the Eifel Mountains is a circuit that has seen many a driver compete over its tarmac over the course of what is an extensive history amounting to almost 100 years, and indeed many drivers have been involved in incidents. Some unfortunately have lost their lives in the past, but this has also been a circuit where much glory has been achieved, and our drivers will be looking to achieve glory tonight, there's no question about it. And with 3 championships that are all open right now in terms of driver classes, whether it be the Elite, the Pro or the Am, indeed we've got battles at the top. This round could prove critical in terms of championship campaigns. But as you settle in to tune in tonight, and this broadcast of course being brought to you live by the official UKSimRacing YouTube channel, and if you're not subscribed already, why not subscribe today to stay up to date with all the latest broadcasts. We get set to go over all our drivers putting in their final practice warm-up laps currently. In the commentary booth you have myself, Paul at TX11 Walsh, also known as Britain, a bit depending on what video you follow me on, and I will bring you all your racing action tonight, and indeed for the whole season. And well, speaking of the whole season, let's take a look at the calendar so far and what still lies in wait after today. And we can see we're making our way now towards the first break week, with this being the final round before we take our first week's break. But we started off all the way back in what was round number 1 in Austria at the Red Bull Ring on the 2nd of April, and there we kicked off our opening sprint race round. And in what was a dramatic end to the race, particularly the very front in the elite class, it was Jacko Taylor with the free wide move into turn number 3 that pulled off the victory ahead of Håkon and Philip Schwerker. In round number 2, when we made our way to Jerez, the Spanish circuit proving a very tricky one for many a driver, and indeed the circuit named after the motorcyclist Angel Nito, proving to many a driver that keeping it smooth and consistent through the sweepers would be critical to victory. And on the 9th of April, that was the story that was true for Mark Johnson in the AM class, where he was able to stay one step ahead of his rival and main peer was Steinar Sunny. Then in round number 3, last week we made our way to the United States of America for the one and only Detroit Grand Prix circuit at Belle Isle in the state of Michigan, in the heart of the city. And there in the 16th of April we got to see the battles of plenty. We saw one of the big names return to the top step of the elite podium, Jonathan Hitchen, but it wasn't just about in the elite class, it was also about the battles further down the field, including Darren Sharples putting off an absolutely phenomenal result in the pro class. And today we're here in Germany, of course, around number 4 in our first feature race of the season on the 23rd of April. After this week we head into a break week, of course, respecting the fact there are multiple iRacing official endurance events happening over the course of the weeks ahead, and then we'll be returning on the 7th of May for round number 5 to kick off the second half of the season, and we're back in the United States of America once again in the state of Wisconsin for the Road America circuit. Near Elkhart Lake, it'll be picturesque, but we'll be hearing the roar of many a GT3 machine on the 7th of May. After that, we take another week's break, and that is in respect of another one of the major endurance events on iRacing, before returning to conclude the second half of the season with the triple running of round number 6 at Okayama circuit, also known as the TI Ida circuit in past life, that the 21st of May will play host to our drivers there in Japan. And then in round number 7, the penultimate round of the season, we'll make our way back to the US of A, which is where we'll stay for the remainder of the season. We'll be at Watkins Glen International in the state of New York firstly on the 28th of May for our final sprint race round of the season, and there it'll be fast, it'll be flying at one of the highest average lap speeds over the course of all our racing circuits this season. And then we bring it all to a close in round number 8 at the Daytona Road Course, located of course in the state of Florida, in the Sunshine State. Will it be sunshine or will it be disaster for some drivers in concluding their championship campaigns on the 4th of June with our second feature race round? We've still got plenty to go, of course, and all the rounds ongoing will be brought to you live as they happen. And well, today we are of course here in Germany. So speaking about the German circuit, the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, let's let's take you through it. And we can see here the combined layout, and we can see the circuit map provided by iRacing.com. Thank you to them for their wonderful simulator, and of course their brilliant circuit maps to go with it. This circuit, located near the city of Nürburgring in Germany, spans over 100 corners. Indeed, this is a circuit where you need an absolutely brilliant memory to capture it all in. With a length of 16.12 miles, and with the extent of over 100 corners, this circuit is one that is not to be trifled with. Indeed, many a professional driver, all the way up to the highest echelons of motorsport in both the real world and the virtual world, will tell you this is the circuit that is the ultimate one to be able to put your skills to the test, because it doesn't matter which part of the circuit you're on, it's all about keeping it calm, keeping it consistent, but also memorising each and every corner, because the lap is long. And in our GT3 class cars, we're expecting the lap to be just over 8 minutes for our fastest drivers, heading upwards to 8.5 minutes, if not longer, for some of our drivers further down the order. But as they make their way across the start-finish line, and we won't walk you all the way through the corners at the moment, but you can see our drivers will start off in the run on the GP loop, or the Grand Prix Strecker loop, which is used more nowadays, albeit we do still see major events year in, year out take to the Nordschleife loop. But as they charge down towards turn number 1, they begin the journey, which completes the majority of the Grand Prix loop, albeit the difference will be that our drivers will not be taken to the Mercedes arena. Instead, they'll be taken in the Yokohama S chicane at turns 1 and 2, which will see them spit out immediately in the run downhill towards what will be the Dunlop Kera hairpin. As they make their way back up the hill, up towards what will be at the Vidal chicane at turns 11 and 12, our drivers will see their way turning left rather than back onto the start finish straight for the GP loop, and that's where they'll begin the Nordschleife loop. And indeed, many a corner name stands out there, including Flugplatz, also Ehrenberg, Kallenhard, and as we look later on that, the Caracola Carousel, or Carousel as it's known in short, the run to YouTube corner, also known as Brunschen corner. Our drivers will make their way all the way around to the Kleiners Carousel, and they'll wrap up the lap with the charge out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinohoa straight. We'll see our drivers reach speeds in excess of 170 miles an hour, particularly in the slipstream, and head all the way down to Tiergarten and Hohenrhein to complete the lap and start it all over again. And well, what a circuit is going to be, and we'll be bringing you a couple of onboard laps in our qualifying session, or at least one, and we'll take you through the entirety of the lap as best as we possibly can. But before we go racing, let's take you through the rules for today, and there are quite a few rule changes here given the fact we transitioned into round number 4, and we start off with a car setup. Drivers are not permitted to change their car without penalty from this point onwards. Of course, the opening 3 rounds, we permitted our drivers to change their car between rounds 1 and 2 and between rounds 2 and 3, but the car they took to the field at Detroit, they now have to stay with the remainder of the season. On top of that, car fuel load shall be restricted to 45% for all races. This is a standard rule. And in terms of qualifying, a closed qualifying format shall be used. This qualifying session is going to last 30 minutes. We'll take you through the race day schedule very shortly, and drivers shall have the full qualifying session in which to set their laps. So we're not seeing any class segregation. All of our drivers will have a grand total of 30 minutes to go out there by their lonesome in closed qualifying sessions to be able to get those laps on the board. So it'll be approximately 2 qualifying laps in anger, perhaps a third there if they're fortunate. But as for our extended rules, we can see here in terms of the races in general, the races shall commence via a double file rolling start with no mandatory pit stop requirements. And again, we are expecting pit stops today, and rumour down the paddock is it could be an offset between a 2-stop and a 3-stop, depending on how well you can save your fuel and your tyres, and we'll have to wait and see how that plays out in practice. Of course, we have the no mandatory pit stop requirement rule, which means it's entirely up to our drivers as to how they want to play the pit stops during the race, but we are going to expect at least 2 of them, if not a third. Each driver shall have 1 fast repair available should they be involved in an incident at any point that needs them to repair the car, and there shall be no potential deployment of the safety car for this round, so we're not going to see a safety car out of the circuit. Our drivers have been alerted to this, and therefore they need to be mindful of the fact they are involved in an incident to get the car stopped as soon as they can and make sure it doesn't drift back onto the circuit. All race shooting shall be conducted post-race, and in terms of the feature race specifically, a driver shall receive a drive-through penalty if they accumulate 25 or more instant points, and if they pick 32 up, they'll be disqualified from the race. But speaking of the race, let's head back to our live pictures here and take you through our schedule for tonight. Times in British Summer Time, that's BST, or Universal Coordinated Time +1 at UTC +1, and we can see that in approximately what is 12 minutes time, we'll be going into our qualifying session. 30 minutes in duration, that's the big 3-0, and indeed our drivers will have plenty of opportunity to get a lap on the board, which is representative of what they can do here. But of course, if you push too hard around this circuit, you could end up not setting a lap and starting from the back. But then again, given the length of each lap and the high risk of mistakes, starting from the back is not necessarily a bad idea. And then we'll transition our way to the grid for our one and only feature race today. That'll be kicking off with lights out and away at approximately 25 past 8, and we'll be taken to the grid just beforehand, and 90 minutes is its duration. Well, there is our schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and with an ambient temperature today of what is 19 degrees centigrade and a track temperature of 28 degrees centigrade at the moment, the conditions are nice. They are pleasant, and it means that our drivers will really be able to take the fight to the circuit. There's no doubt about it. But as we get ready to go, well, of course, we look to the pit lane right now, and here is Håkon Grebstad, currently parked up for Motorsport, and well, leader of the elite class at this time, and looking at set to do battle once again today. And as we can see there in the YouTube chat, and we say hello to Simon Hartley and also Jacko Taylor, or Jack Taylor, and both there from Tiki Simsport. And well, Jack Taylor there saying in the chats will be watching this one, and I do believe we may not be seeing Jacko Taylor take to the grid. Here he's not feeling too well, but we do hope he feels a little bit better soon. And indeed, one of the biggest names in the elite class are battling for the championship prize, no doubt about that. But where one Tiki Simsport driver in the elite class will not be in attendance, another will be, and right now running his way on around and coming down towards the opening section of the Nordschleife loop. Here is Nick Wren, and well, Nick Wren P2 in the elite class at the moment, 2 points off of the top step with Håkon Grebstad, of course, the Indian Motorsport driver who's got it all to do to hold on. But Wren and Grebstad both hunting their first wins of the season, yet not to win either of them. The wins have gone to other drivers by comparison, including Philip Schwerker, also Jacko Taylor and Jonathan Hitchen, and therefore we do effectively have 5 drivers right up there, and also we do have to include Nathan Foster in that evaluation, so it is 6 drivers in the elite class all right now within a close shot of that championship title, and we are only at the halfway point of the season after today. But as we see Wren make his way through, let's take a look a bit further afield and take a look to our pro class. And here is Peter Cox making his way around. Of course, second place driver in the pro championship at this point in time, only 1 point off a championship leader, Nathan Scott, and the UKSimRacing Moss driver here, 9, that the momentum is gradually building, and again, yet to notch a winning class. He's picked up 2 second places and a difficult round last time out at Detroit, which has been discounted due to the fact we do have only a certain amount of rounds that will count to the championship stands. Okay, drop rounds are in effect, and there are 2 drop scores in this series, and Peter Cox will definitely feel as though he wants to pick up the win today in order to get an upper hand on Nathan Scott. Now, speaking of Nathan Scott, we do look around the circuit, and here is Nathan Scott in the Empire Motorsport B Porsche 911 GT3R as he heads on down in the 13 car. And for Nathan Scott, of course, it's business as usual. Took the win in round number 1 at the Red Bull Ring. Did not partake in the race at Jerez in Spain in round number 2, and then picked up a 3rd place in Detroit. And he'll know today that he'll want to, at the very least, be able to outclass Peter Cox. That will be his target. But then again, it's not just about the 2 belligerents at the top of the field, because we do have a 3rd name in the mix, and here he is in the privateer 777 machine. And well, lucky 7 for some, it's Darren Sharples from the United Kingdom as he makes his way there through turn number 13 up towards the Schmidt curve, coming on through there onto the adjoin from the Grand Prix Strecke onto the Nordschleife loop. And Sharples, of course, picking up the win last time out of Detroit, and he's the driver with the most momentum going into this round, and definitely right now quite buoyant in terms of the feeling in the car. And as for the AM class, well, we talked about Mark Johnson only moments ago in terms of the fact his victories earlier in the season, and in the AM class it's a very interesting situation that's built up in the fact we have joint leaders at the moment on 78 points. Mark Johnson is one of them in the 44 car, and you would think, well, given the fact he's won 2 races, should he not be on at least 80 points, given it's 40 for a win? And also in the first and second round, he didn't just take the win, he also picked up both of the bonus points for what is the fastest lap in qualifying, so the pole position lap in class, and also the fastest lap in the race. Well, a 6-point points reduction in race number 1 due to stewarding post-race, a penalty being applied, and seeing Johnson lose out that advantage, and therefore he's actually on that 78 points versus John Doble from Tiki Simsport Gimme. And here is Doble making his way on around in the American machine, or of course the American driver I should say, but in the German machine on its home ground as he heads on down the start finish straight here towards another lap. And will Doble, of course, absolutely flying high after the unexpected victory at Detroit, and indeed such an unexpected win. But in the end, down in the Tiki garage after the race, they were absolutely ecstatic. There was no question about it. And as he makes his way on around there, a little bit of connectivity issue by the looks of things. Well, Doble getting himself set right now and hoping he can make it 2 on the bounce today to fight back versus Mark Johnson. But we would be incorrect to just say it's about those 2 in the AM class. Indeed, Daniel Pays, the old dudes in cars driver, who's currently in the pit lane, I believe, and here he is in the number 8. He's currently the fastest driver in the AM class. We haven't had too many laps put on the board in this final warm-up session, but he's only 2 points off the top 2, and then 10 points off in P4. 10 points further, I feel we should say, is BDM Racing's Matt Maddox. But the big name that a lot of drivers will be worrying about is this man from Racing Lab and 1, Stein Arsani. Now, you may be wondering at this point, well, why exactly would they be worried about him? Well, you could argue he's perhaps been the driver who's had the least luck in the AM class, despite the fact, on paper, he has demonstrated the strongest pace of everybody. In what was the round number 2 at Jerez, it was a spin when battling with the race leader Mark Johnson that saw him drop down the order, and in the end, a further incident cost him very dear, and last time out in Detroit, it didn't quite work out either for him, and indeed, some of the points he's dropped so far really have been punishing, and his goal today will be to win. There will be no question about it. And the same for his fellow Racing Lab AM driver from Racing Lab AM1 of Simon Andre Livingston in the number 3 as he makes his way around there in the Ferrari. So that's the recall on the 3 championships as our drivers head into tonight. And well, as they do, what else can we expect is the big question around here as we say hello to Medmo or Matt Edmondson there in the YouTube chat. It says, Evening, sat here with a lemon stick for some great racing. And indeed, unfortunately, will not be seeing Mr. Edmondson take it to the circuit today as he's not feeling too well. And we do wish him well. But as we do look to Satinder Dinza here as he makes his way out of what is there, the Schumacher S, and up towards turn number 10. And the TE Sport Machine looking absolutely beautiful in its cars. In fact, that's not turn number 10 in this layout. In fact, that would be what is turn number 9 there, doing the mathematics correctly. Of course, it would be turn 10 if we're running the standard GP layout and flying on through. But as he heads on around there through the kink and up towards the Vidal chicane, well, the TE Sport Corporate driver will also be thinking about what he can do from his position in the field, and of course it is about survival, and a lot of drivers who had the chance to catch up with in the build up tonight, whether from TE Simsport, alternatively from other teams, including say Richard Jones here in the privateer machine in the 99 car. All saying the same thing, which is they're excited about tonight, but also extremely nervous. And those nerves, of course, could get the better of some. And I can tell you from experience, ladies and gentlemen, having raced around here on the virtual simulator, this is a circuit where you just need to race within your limits. You can be a time trial specialist around here. Indeed, many would say that this circuit is the time trial circuit, in the fact the only overtaking zones really available are on the Grand Prix loop, and there's specific areas on the Nordschleife loop where you can potentially overtake. For example, in the run down the Dottenham, that's an absolutely obvious one there. In fact, we do have an extremely long straight, and that's where overtaking opportunities can be. But there also can be some opportunities in certain sections, such as the uphill run up towards the first carousel, if you will. And putting those together, that's where our drivers will be thinking about where they can go for those potential overtakes. And well, just to put a little bit more clarity there, the run out of Bergwerk all the way up towards what is Stilstrecke, just before the Caracalla carousel. That's where we could see some potential overtakes if our drivers are daring enough to go too wide. But for the most part, the Nordschleife loop, a very tight loop, and that means that a lot of the time, if you're very close to someone, you want to try and go for the move, you've either got to force them into a mistake in terms of goad them into one, or you've got to be patient, and patience can be key. But of course, a good pit stop can be massive as well. And speaking of massive here, well, this man right now has made major statements since the start of the season, Thomas Aspaug, as he makes his way there out to turn number 9 and down towards Vido at 11 and 12. And the Racing Lab AM driver here, I think nothing will be better than a win. He needs a win as a minimum to keep himself comfortably alive in the Pro Class Championship, given the fact he has lost a few points going into tonight, and therefore his target will be to absolutely deliver. He is 14 points off of the top step currently in P5 on with 63 points, and after the win at Jerez, not able to compete last time out, and will of course with difficulties in race number 1, albeit at the time racing the AM class, not in the Pro class, and winning the AM class by quite the margin. That does mean that Aspal right now battling upwards, and well, it's going to be quite the uphill run for him, but I think he'll rise to the challenge, there's no doubt about it. But we are only 2.5 minutes, if that now, from going into the qualifying session, and well, it's going to be a long qualifying session. But one other thing as well in qualifying, as we're to understand it, we've been informed there is no overtime, so when the clock strikes 30 minutes in qualifying, that's the lot for all of our drivers. They have to come immediately back into the pits, and the laps will stand as they are. So if they're on an absolutely brilliant lap, that will not count. It will be about the laps they've been able to accomplish. And we always see Jack win there, parked up in the 420 machine, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. That is heading up towards what is Galgenkopf corner, and just before the snow straight, just waiting at there patiently with a couple minutes remaining. He's decided he's had enough as he just looks on here, and I think he's looking over the car, speaking to the team, trying to see if the radio works, and making sure that he's all set here as Rob Armstrong makes his way on down the round, and Armstrong heading up towards excuse me, what is it in a straight, then charges his way on down there from the UK Sim Racing Hunt, and the 45 driver in the Mercedes. Well, this is where the Mercedes will definitely be in its element, as I think he knows he's on camera right now with a flash of lights. Then we could see some flashing lights as well over the course of the whole race. Drivers trying to get in one another's head as they make the way on around, as he makes his way all the way down towards the last couple of corners. I would just like to take a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that if you have been enjoying the racing with UK Sim Racing over the last few months, indeed the last couple of years, or anywhere in between, if you've ever wondered how you can support UK Sim Racing, did you know there is a quick way to do so via our affiliates? Well, UK Sim Racing is affiliated with multiple sim racing and real-world motorsport companies, including Swiller and Meta Sim Racing Coaching, Race Anywhere and Demon Tweaks. And if you do head to our website, and that will appear on screen very shortly, in fact here it is, the website being uksimracing.co.uk today, there's not currently a page which lists all our affiliates, but what you can do instead to find out more about our affiliates is go to our Discord, and the link is in the top right corner of the screen there, as you can see. Now, why would you want to join our Discord as well as with regards to our affiliates? Well, if you ever want to compete in an official UK Sim Racing event, you need to be part of the Discord. It's a mandatory requirement. But also, we've got an absolutely brilliant and friendly community, indeed able to talk about all aspects of the sim racing world, or indeed if you ever want to talk to people about the real world of motorsport or even mental health, perhaps, we are here for everybody at UK Sim Racing. And also on top of that, we do have some of our affiliates who provide discount codes which are only available in the UK Sim Racing Discord. And if you do make a purchase using one of those codes, well, you'll get a discount as a consumer, and here at UK Sim Racing we'll get a kickback from your purchase. But because we're a non-profit organisation, that does mean all of our affiliate earnings shall be invested back into the community to fund future series, including future editions of the GT3 League, the ongoing Porsche Cup of course, and plenty more that is planned for 2023 and onwards. So do remember, a little purchase can go a long way in supporting UK Sim Racing. And well, speaking of things that can go a long way, well, I'm hearing that the final practice session has just come to a close, and now it is time for us to go racing, and a good qualifying lap could be pivotal to seeing how far drivers can go up the field from the outset. Without further ado, it is time for 30 minutes of qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. It's a closed session, of course, which means all of our drivers will take to the circuit, and they will do so from essentially where the entry point is to the circuit for when the Nordschleife Loop is open for circuit visits or track days year in, year out. A very popular tourist destination, of course. The layout being known then as the Touristenfahren, and as we do see here, Øyvind Breivik making his way down towards turns Ryan Tiergarten and Hoheifel as he makes his way all the way to the end. Well, of course, he'll head straight away onto a lap, but the first lap will be on cold tyres and cold brakes, and our drivers will gradually warm up both aspects of the car as they make the way on around, and therefore it's really their second flying lap, which is the one of interest, where we start to see those lap times pour in, and then we'll start to ride on board with one of our drivers for the entirety of the lap. Now, as we go into this qualifying session, so you may be wondering, do we have any new debutants for today? And we do indeed have two new individuals taken to the field, and one of course is a regular name who you'll be used to, and here he is, and that is Cy Anthony, as he makes his way down there as a privateer, albeit running in the Symphony Esports black colours in the Audi R8 LMS GT3, but he'll be represented as a privateer, taking part in some rounds this season as he makes his way all the way through to the final couple of corners, and he'll be competing in the elite class. And we also do have in the pro class a new name to UK Sim Racing in terms of competing in official series. It is this man in the McLaren MP4 12C, and none other than Eric Rosev as he makes his way downhill, and the Norwegian here on his debut in the Procast be looking to make a statement, and he's gone with the McLaren, which is a very interesting choice given the fact we only have a couple of McLarens in the field. In fact, he is the only McLaren participating tonight, and well, the McLaren known as a very strong car if you can keep it together, and that is the big gamble, of course, being able to keep the car pointed in a straight line and carrying all the speed from corner to corner. But as he makes his way up the hill and in towards turn number 9, well, right now for Rosev and indeed many a driver, they'll just be thinking about keeping it pointed in the right direction for as long as they possibly can and being smart as they go. But of course, welcome to our two debutants, and we wish them all the best in terms of their luck as they go racing today. And well, meanwhile, we do look to Thomas Barjuk as he makes his way up to speed. They're coming into what is, I do believe, the Schumacher S, coming on around right now. And so you may be asking, what's the most important part to delivering a good lap here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke 24-hour layout? Well, really, it is all about keeping it within your limits. That's the key thing here. There's so much tested with regards to the car. The GP circuit, of course, does test a variety of technical aspects on the car. Braking potential, trail braking, your ability to manage direction change. Also, there are some major acceleration zones, but there's no real exposure towards top gear of a given car around here, or you're in top gear for only a brief period. When you go into the Nordschleife loop, that completely changes, with the opening third of the lap being quite centralised around what is braking potential and also at top speed. And when we talk about the first third lap, we're really referring to the run through what is turn 13 into the Sabine Schmidt curve, as we do see Peugeot making his way through aforementioned corner, named after the infamous mistress of the Nürburgring, Sabine Schmidt, who has run around here in a whole variety of cars, including a Ford Transit van for the official Top Gear TV series in the United Kingdom, trying to break a 10-minute lap, not quite able to do it, but extremely close in doing so. And indeed, rest in peace, Sabine Schmidt. You'll always be remembered as the queen of the Nürburgring, as we do see a Peugeot then making his way on around through Hatzenbach and into Håkon. But it's the run through turn 13 all the way towards what is Nürburgring. That is an absolute monster of a run, and it continues all the way towards Kallenhard in terms of that high average speed. And then the second, third lap's coming out of Kallenhard, and it's the run through corners such as Versailles, a very nasty, tight hairpin apex, and heading all the way on through with Exville into Bergwerk, and then the run up towards the Caracola Carousel. When it's that second or third lap, if you will, we do see a bit more of oscillation of the average speed, and then coming out to the Caracola Carousel and heading up into Hedwigshöhe, that's where we see the final third lap, which is the downhill descent, if you will. And again, that's a very fast flying descent, but with a lot of medium speed apex initially before the lap opens back up. So putting it all together around here, it does mean that we have elevation change, we have cambered corners, we have off camber corners, we have a little bit in between. We also do have some zones which just about lift and coast versus braking on the light dab of the brake. We also have corners whereby you do need to use as much circuit width as possible and hit as late an apex as possible in order to carry all the speed on through. And Mark Davidson here making his way through the long left-hander of what is, unless I'm mistaken, Metzgertsfeld, and this is one of the hardest corners to get right for simple reasons. He heads in towards Kallenhard. It's all about nailing that late apex but not touching the curbs, and that's another thing around here as well. The curbs are dangerous in some respects, and at other places you want to abuse them, and particularly the Nordschleife loop, such as coming on through Kallenhard into Spielkurve and then Dreifeld Rex. You want to avoid those curves wherever possible, because if you hit one of them, they are going to launch the car, and the car will naturally understeer off circuit. With the barriers so extremely close, as you can see, Davidson right now having barely any room to maneuver given the width of the circuit, and then of course the barriers that are not too far off of the grass, where if he gets it wrong there, then he may find himself having to be towed back to the pit before he's even completed a lap. But as he heads on through, we look to Joe Newman meanwhile. And one of the interesting things, I had the opportunity to catch up with a number of drivers in the build-up tonight, is they were telling me about their different parts of the circuit. The question I asked in the official UKSimRacing Discord, open question to our GT3 drivers, is what are your favourite sections of the circuit? And Joe Newman likes a very similar section to myself, and that is from Fulback all the way towards Kallenhard, the high-speed flying run. Meanwhile, if we look from Newman in what is the Empire Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Evo up to what is alternatively Martin Tilling. So we can try to find him on circuit. In fact, we can't quite get Martin Tilling at the moment, but what we can do is we can find what is Ollie Pimley out there, and he's making his way on down. Didn't quite get the chance to catch up with Ollie Pimley, but he did seem quite excited tonight from what I gathered in the Symphony Esports Black Garage. But coming charging on around and up the hill he goes. Well, and meanwhile, we did have the opportunity to have a little chat to Jonathan Hitchen, of course, race winner in the elite class last time out, and Hitchen was saying to me in the build-up to tonight that for him it's the bit after the first carousel, so really the downhill descent after Hedwigshöhe all the way onto the Dottinger Straight, which seems to be a place which he really does enjoy as he makes his way to the time line. We jump on board here with Hitchen as he takes us around for a flying lap of the circuit. So as he makes his way down towards turn number 1, charging up through the gearbox in 5th gear currently, and heading up into top gear for a brief moment. Looks to his left for his brake marker, breaking 110 metres of corner apex, going all the way down to 1st gear. Because we don't go into the Mercedes arena, we take the Yokohama S chicane as he clatters over the apex of turn number 2, extremely close to the tyre barrier, and accelerating out there and managing up the power oversteer as he heads down towards turn number 3. onto the brakes here as we continue to descend. Now the elevation dropping gradually as he drops from left into right into turn 4. Down to second gear as he tries to go for a nice light apex and get back on the pad. Use the rotation on the Audi to carry the speed as he charges down towards the Do Not Care hairpin. Well, here we're going to have a heavy trail braking zone as he looks to his left at the start of the entry curve. Braking as late as he dares, goes down to second, takes a V-shape approach there and exits on out and uses the exit curve beautifully as he now heads up towards the Schumacher S, named after, of course, the venerable Michael Schumacher. Now making his way out through the 2 corners and up towards turn number 8 and get ready to make his way onto the brakes once again. Braking the 100-meter board there, down to third, stays in third, carries the speed, keeping the throttle in as well to balance the rear of the car as he drops into turn number 9, slightly camber corner here so he can be a bit more aggressive with the power and corner exit, and now heading in the run down towards Vidal chicane, going up through the gear, up into 5th gear, won't quite reach 6th here we reckon, but he gets ready to head into Vidal, looks to his right side for his brake marker, then we're braking around the 50-meter board as he goes into the flying chicane, we're running the medium speed variant, he comes up through and now into turn number 13. But in fact, there's an invalidated lap for Hitchen. He's going to have to go again. So that's very unfortunate there for the 21 driver. And well, meanwhile, as we do look from him, other drivers who are already going on to a lap. Indeed, we try to catch one of them. Well, Tony Hobbs not quite on a lap currently. But we will try and carry on where we've left off with the lap from Hitchen with another one of our drivers very shortly. But as we do see Hobbs heading on down, well, right now in the number 5 car, keeping his cool and carrying on. And meanwhile, we do look to James Rankin as he heads on through here. And of course, the one beautiful machine as he makes his way on through the right-hander, coming on down from Galkoff and on to the Dottenhurst straight. And well, it's always been a pleasure to see what is the pair from CHR Motorsport of Rankin and Robson. And interesting enough, they always seem to have finished together on circuit, or they have an attitude to be out there on circuit together, whether it's in qualifying, alternatively in the race. But as he heads on down here, of course, on what is going to be his first flying lap and looking to get on the board as soon as possible. What's it going to be for Rankin? That's the big question. Given the fact we're starting to see our first pro times coming, and Hobbs with an 8:12.324, and meanwhile the elite class there, an 8:08.934 for Grebstad, but we reckon that's probably going to come down by a second or two come the end of the next lap. And Livingston, meanwhile, taking the fastest lap in the AM class so far, ahead of Sani by what is almost 2 seconds on an 8:19.517. As we do see Rankin making his way from right into left and onto a new lap, charging across the timeline. Meanwhile, we do look to Simon Andre Livingston, and our current provisional pole sitter in the AM class in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. And well, the Ferrari a very balanced car in terms of its characteristics and with the current balance of performance. So therefore, I think he'll feel relatively comfortable with regards to how the car's going to behave. But indeed, attempts around here can be made, lost in single corners. Entire seconds can be gained over a whole section of the lap. As Livingston makes his way up towards turn number 8 and into 9, we'll very shortly jump on board with him to continue the lap. And in fact, we jump in now as he makes his way down through turn number 9. Now coming out to the corner and up towards turn number 10 into the king, because Daniel Pace goes a little bit faster by a whole second, and that second can be made up very quickly on the following lap. As he bounces his way up towards Vidal here, in the 5th gear and onto the brakes, the 54 there, going as late as he dares. Coming on out, carries the speed as he now makes his way into turn 13. So the GP loop is complete, and now we head on to the Nordschleife loop as he clears on through, change of road surface and braking it into the Schmidt curve at the end of the Nordschleife loop pit lane as he makes his way out to the corner, now coming on down through the double right section here and making his way into Hatzenbach. Now charging all the way through, flat out initially, using the width of the circuit, brings the car gradually over to the right, and here it's about initial braking down the third, and then on the brakes once again through Hatzenbach now, as he comes on through the right-hander and into left into right, the chicane-style sequence here, and then back into another left-hander, making sure to only clip the curves as he heads into Håkon, and now onto the brakes once again. A blind apex here as he drops over the crest of the right-hander into left-hander downhill, and now flat out all the way up towards Flugback via where's Fudelbacher as he charges through the right-hand key and now into the jump. Listening, little jump on the car and then just lift off the throttle there through turn number 5. Full commit as he goes full throttle with the second part of Flugplatz and now making his way up towards what is Orenburg. He's got a long way to go through Cottonbourne firstly at the left-hander here and continuing to be flat out. Now up into 6th gear, heading up to in excess of 170 miles an hour as he turns into Schrodenkreuz. Through left there, lift off the throttle but keep a bit on and braking immediately in the straight line into Orenburg as he goes for a late apex here in 3rd gear. Get back on the throttle, use the camber of the corner to power out and now making his way downhill. first hand through the left-hand kick of Motorsport as he makes his way down and further still in towards Funzera and into the compression. Of course, here the compression being the left-hander that goes into the right as the road compresses, the car's forced upwards and ejected into Ardenauer force, the left into right here, dropping all the way down to fourth gear and then back on the brakes even more so, coming down to second through the left-hander of course and into the right to complete this section, where then he gets back on the throttle now and heads all the way up towards Metzgertsfeld. Takes a brief breather at this point, flat out for an instant, but heading all the way up towards the tricky left-hander, up into fifth gear. When we stick for this point in a straight line, taking a little bit of momentum change as he goes. The left-hander keeps two wheels on the circuit and brakes there just about as he comes on through in towards Callan-Hard. The downhill right-handed braking zone as he looks his brake mark and left and onto the anchors down to third gear. Use the road camber once again as he bows out and now making his way into the Spielberg curve, going through the left into right here before descending for into drive Rex. Now of course the triple right-hander, fourth gear, balance the throttle and then back onto full throttle as he clears the third apex and heading down into their siphon. The nasty corner where you have to brake for the right-hand kick and continue to brake down to second gear. Some will drop to first there as they clear the hairpin, but as he makes his way out, staying in second, powering up into third gear as he now makes his way in towards the bridge. And coming onto the brakes once again at the end of the right-hand curving and heading on through in third gear, now making his way up towards X-Muller curve here, very tricky, bouncy in the middle on the apex. There's a depression in the road and a little bit of bump on the exit, and he catches the car just in time as he makes his way now up towards Berger by Lauda links, named after of course Nicky Lauda, the late Nicky Lauda, and as he makes his way in to the braking zone here for Berger, dropping down the gearbox to third gear, get a nice late apex back on the power. You've got to get on the throttle nice and early here, every bit of hesitance and it's going to cost you dear. A little bit of wobble there with some oversteer on exit, and the exit curve catch him out. Now it's a flat out run all the way up towards Stilstracker as he makes his way on through, albeit not quite flat out all the way. We do have a mud curve to go, but charge up, it's another brief breather, but it continues to hit you hard in any car around here, in the fact you've constantly got to be on the ball. And now as he comes through the right kick of West Costerol, heading into the mid curve corner, he'll use all the way for the circuit, the running area, as he comes on through left-hander, lift off the throttle, stay in fifth gear, just keep it on circuit, and now go through the right-hand kick here, blind on the corner, but he goes flat out and then lifts off on the apex and onto the brakes here for Stilstracker. An absolutely comfortable lap so far from Simon Andre Livingstone, albeit he looks well within his limit, but as he comes on through the right-hander, now up towards the Caracola Carousel, and we'll hit, let's just listen in. Digging in nice and low there into the carousel, making sure not to be ejected too soon in second gear, and now powering his way up towards Hedwig's Tower as he makes his way through the left hand here on Boston 147 and then into a very tricky left into right combination, dropping down a fourth gear, lift off the throttle, he drops to third even more, and now in to the right hand of Hedwig's Tower as he comes on through, and now we begin to descend down from the Eifel Mountains as he begins to drop the elevation very gradually and then very sharply. Going on through the right into left, heading into Whipperman corner here. It's left, right and down as he goes onto the short straight, keeping two wheels on the road surface as he comes on through the long right and heading into X-Back's corner as he comes downhill. And here it's all about off-camber corners, keeping it calm, keeping it close to the curbs as he makes way into the further right-hander and now down towards what's known as YouTube corner for all the incidents you see on YouTube, or what is Brunchen as it's also known, and coming on around there, keeping it well within the limits as he makes way up into Ice Curve corner. The left-hander with a very sharp right-hand kick to exit, and it's blind over the kink, but now flat out all the way down as he charges through Flansgaard and Hines, coming on through and into the short jump. He'll lift. No, in fact, fully committed there, and then on the brakes as soon as he lands, and as he comes on through, keeps it compact, going on through the left hand, and now down to Flansgaard and Zwei as he continues to charge downhill, flat out all the way, clips a bit of the apex curve, that launches the front and left side of the car up, another curve clip, and you can see they're having a fight at the steering wheel and keep the car pointed as he heads all the way up towards the Schwabentrans curve as he comes through the long right and up in Schwabentrans now, onto the brakes here, down to third gear, and well, not quite using all the whip, and into the client's carousel, the smaller carousel, third gear all the way in, wants to bounce the throttle there. If you go on the throttle too soon, the car will be kicked round, given the camber of the road, and now into Galtenkopf corner, the right hander where it's all about patience. He gets ready to turn onto the Sonora straight, wait for it, build the throttle up, and now exit out, and that is the Nordschleife loop practically completed as he can now finally take a breather, make his way down the extended straight of Dottenhauer. Now, of course, powering on down here, he'll think about, has he got it right? Has the lap worked out? He has gone purple in the latter half of the lap, and he's done a personal best on the GP loop and the early portion of the Nordschleife loop. He's currently P2 in the AM class. Is Livingston versus the pole lapper Daniel Pace on 8:18.461, but a second between that can be made or broken in a single run. But as Livingston heads on through the kink there underneath the Bilstein Bridge and in towards the last couple of corners. As it's Tiergarten here, 6th gear, but lift off the throttle gradually and then on to the brakes. He makes his way into Hohenrain to complete the lap, the right into left here. And as he heads to the timeline, and what's it going to be for our driver as he comes on through? It's been a wonderful lap as he heads to the timeline. A great one to ride on board. We've seen him really push at the limit and other areas play it calm. But as he crosses there, it will be provisional pole on 8:17.334. The shoe is on the other foot now, and Daniel Pace is 1.1 seconds down. But I believe that Pace is on a lap, and right now he's pushing on as he makes his way on through and onto the Dottenheimer Straight. And this, of course, is where both the Ferrari and the Mercedes will absolutely revel. The Ferrari takes a long time to get up to top speed, but when it's there, it's very hard to beat. Meanwhile, further on down the field, we're hearing that Brandon Hayes put in an absolutely phenomenal lap to go P4 in the Pro class, getting his first lap on the board. But meanwhile, we talk about the Ferrari being a bit of a slow charger, but finally getting there on the straight. The Mercedes are full of acceleration and full of top speed as well, but the two of them definitely equivalent cars. Meanwhile, Thomas Barjak making his way on through the last couple of quarters here with 12 minutes still on the clock. And as he comes towards the timeline after Hohenrain corner, what will it be for him here as he makes his way to the timeline? As Pace is going extremely fast right now. I think Pace could be taking the pole lap in the AM class. Meanwhile, Barjak, by comparison, he may find himself jumping from P7 into the top 5. He's currently 10 seconds off the pole lap in the AM class. It moves into P5 precisely, 6.2 seconds off now, and 8:23.569. Meanwhile, Daniel Pace does go fast in the AM class once again by almost 2 seconds this time. Simon Andre Livingston on 8:15.617, and I think he feels as though he's done enough. He's parked up, he's had enough, he's gone back to the pits. But meanwhile, in the elite class, Håkon Grebstad parked up there. Now there's one more lap available to him should he need it, but he is currently almost 4 seconds faster than the next driver, but Austin William Campbell, and will both drivers just parked up there and waiting to go. We still do have drivers putting in their laps around on circuit, and well, as we do see that guy Moles saying Livingston going full send, almost lift off indeed, and well, it was a phenomenal lap from Livingston, there's no doubt about it. As we do say hello to Ryan Moles there in the YouTube chat, always a pleasure to see him in the chat. We do miss seeing him out of the circuit, indeed a very fast driver, and well, I hope you're doing that well, Mr. Moles. And we also do say hello to Craig Tillerson there, who says good luck in tonight's race, guys. And I also do see Rudy Atvitzland, who is cheering on the Racing Lab AM team, and I do apologise there, Rudy, if I have butchered your surname, and well, I hope we've got quite close to pronunciation. But as we see Chris Hitchen asking the question, what has happened to Jonathan Hitchen's lap? Well, in terms of Hitchen, I believe he may have, given the fact we have not seen a lap from him. He's not on circuit either. But meanwhile, into the wall, that is Matt Maddox. Well, Maddox there having a brush with the wall. That's a very nasty moment for Maddox. Meanwhile, a number of drivers have yet to get laps on the board, including James Conley. But yes, you're correct there, Chris, in the fact that we have not seen a lap from Jonathan Hitchen. So he'll be starting towards the back of the elite class, and indeed on the grid, because there is no class segregation in the qualifying grid. They will start overall as they've qualified overall in between the classes, so we could see a multitude of drivers, and Hitchen will be one of them at the back of the field. But as we do also see that Thomas Athouse saying 3 off tracks in the same corner. And well, as our drivers that make the way on around, Håkon Grebstad right now checking in the YouTube chat. Indeed, a number of drivers I think taken to the chat and to the broadcast to see how others have got on to try and find out key information. But meanwhile, we do look to Travis Wallace making his way on around here. And well, the number, what is there? The number 51 driver in the TE SimSport BMW M4, 6.4 seconds off of Grebstad's pole time in the elite class, and continue to push on as much as he can as he makes his way on through turn at number 10 and up towards 11 and 12. But coming on through, will he be able to find some more time? That will be the big change for him, in the fact he does have one more lap at his disposal. And well, in terms of getting into that top 5 at the moment, in fact he parks up there, he's not happy with the way that lap's gone. And for Wallace, that is it, I believe. So most of our drivers now are on their closing laps, as we see Joe Newman run a bit wide, so that's his qualifying session done. And just in terms of invalidated lap, he won't get another in, we don't reckon. And meanwhile, Armstrong into the timeline. This is Rob Armstrong coming on down, and well, has Armstrong improved? I don't think so. He goes on to one more, so he will squeeze in another lap. He's just got enough time. Meanwhile, as he comes on around. Meanwhile, we do look to Toss Asphaug, as in fact he's parked up there, so some of our lap times not exactly registering correctly. I think some drivers just parking up at the exit of the Touristenfahren pit lane, and meanwhile we do look from him to what is Eric Rosev on his debut. He's currently P13 in the Pro Class, P27 overall in the McLaren MP4 12C, and making his way into the bridge section there before heading up towards the X-Muller curve, and well, coming on through there. McLaren looking absolutely rigid in terms of that, going through the corners nicely and not being bounced around, and only what is 100th of a P12 is held by Ollie Pimley. That's how tight it is in this Pro Class. Indeed, the pole lap set by Hobbs in a world of its own, 3 seconds faster than Asphaug and Jones, but meanwhile the battle to be inside the top 10 with Oyvind Breivik, who's currently P10, and he's only half a second faster than Rosev, if that, and between the two of them you have Strand and Pimley. And with 2 drives between, it does mean we've got 4 drives right now all on the bubble with regards to trying to find that opportunity to get inside the top 10 in the Pro Class. As he makes his way around, we are just checking in with some of our team principals today to see if we can get a mid-race interview with some of them if time does permit. And we do look to Marvin Cruz. He makes his way on to another lap where he's going for one more. Is Cruz. He comes on through and up towards Floodplatz, and well, we just watch as he goes, charging up the rise in the Porsche. As he comes charging on through it and now up towards Orenburg corner. He's absolutely on a mission here to try and find a bit more time in the AM class. Is the number 90 driver, in the fact he's currently at 9.6 seconds off of Pace's pole lap, but at the same time he's 2 seconds off of Johnson's P5. And what some of you may be wondering at this point is how important is qualifying to racing today? Well, we reckon qualifying is going to be quite critical if you're towards the front of the field, particularly if you get yourself on pole, because you can lead the field down into the opening hairpin, albeit that hairpin very open, and therefore there could be some opportunities for overtaking. Indeed, you've got to have your defensive gloves on, there's no question about it. But once we clear the GP loop for the first time, whoever's leading, if they can start to break away, they could really open up a gap as a result, and then it all comes down to who's able to follow one another over the lap. But of course, if you find yourself out of position going to the Nordschleife loop and you're behind somebody who is on average, say, 2 seconds a lap slower than you, you will feel that compounded because there's very little room to try and make a move. There are some extended straights where you're able to go for a move, but it does really require you to be brave, and well, as we see it, Cruz making its way up towards Callan Hard here, coming on through one of the last drives to get a lap time on the board, and down on through into the braking zone. What can he do on the second third of the loop? That will be the next change for him, and of course the dynamic lap turning away from top speed now into technical cornering capability as he comes into Triumph Rex, and well, taking a nice early approach to the apex here, using the innate rotation of the Porsche 911, and that may just do him well as he breaks his way down into the siphon. Through at the left hand he goes there, goes a little bit deep, and of course if you go deep under brake and if you go a bit late, you do end up losing at that rotation because of the downhill drop in the braking zone. Coming through left hand as we hear that Sam Congreve's moved up to P2 in the elite class, so he's jumped up there at the last moment, 2.3 seconds of Grebstad's time, so there is time out there for anybody who's out on circuit at the moment. The lap times are continuing to come on down. We do believe that Grebstad's lap may be safe, and 807.820 is an absolutely phenomenal lap, it must be said, but as Cruz heads his way up towards what is now the charge for the carousel, coming on out there, excuse me, of what is Bergberg corner, and heading on the rise, maybe where the Porsche starts to feel a little bit with regards to the altitude rise and also the straight line speed differential. But heading on around Tony Hobbs there, I can see Stuart Pearson giving it the muscles there to say really bring the strength to the race in the Pro Class today, and Hobbs indeed pole in the Pro Class by what is almost 3 seconds. And well, I don't think we've got anybody who's going to be able to respond. But meanwhile, Congreve has made his way back into the pit lane. Indeed, he's parked up there. As we do look to Austin William Campbell also waited. So a lot of drivers just parked up now. And we've only got a couple still running, including Stein Arsani, who's gone into another lap. And well, he won't get this lap in time, given the fact that he's making his way only off of the GP loop now onto Nordschleife loop. So this, I think, for him is another practice lap as it goes a bit deep and just misses the exit wall there. That's the last thing you want out of turn 13 when you're on with Effecti, just a practice lap. Meanwhile, Jack Wynn is in the pit lane, and we're trying to see who else is out there. Even Breivik still going on around, albeit he's making his way now down through Flansgarden 2 and heading in towards the very last portion of the lap and making his way up towards the Kleiner carousel as quickly as he possibly can. He's currently P10 and he is 1.5 seconds off of Rob Armstrong's P9 time. So we are also seeing, I think, quite a gulf in each of the classes. And in fact, as we do take a brief moment to show you the overall standings they currently sit, well, you can see there it's Hobbs right now who is the biggest outlier in his class. P4 overall, pro pole as it looks to be, and he is only 4 seconds on Grebstad's pole lap, but Grebstad has really put the bar high and nobody able to get even close to it. And 2.5 seconds to Congreve, that can be made or lost in a lap, but that is an absolutely stellar lap from Grebstad. There's no question about it, as meanwhile Hobbs in that P4, he has left a good chunk of the pro field behind with Aspal, Jones, Cox, Hay and Scott all together in the run from P11 to P15, and Daniel Page P16, your AM pole sitter as it currently stands. But as we continue to look at what is that, Ivan Brevitt making his way down the Dottenham straight. Of course, in terms of setting up the car here, you need to set up the car through your preference. The only aspect you may be worrying about is straight line speed, given the extent of the Dottenham straight, and having a little bit less rear wing can help, but it really does come down to the setup you're comfortable on, because so much lap is technical and it comes down to the car giving you the confidence to be able to carry the speed from corner to corner and also reliably do so lap after lap. As we do see a Brevitt making his way out of the final couple of corners. We look back to the class standings. They're currently P11. In fact, he has been demoted, and I do believe there has been some improvement for one of our other drivers. But Brevitt coming across the line. He moves up to P9 there on an 8:17.921. And, well, with that, I do believe then we only have one other driver currently out there on lap, and that is Rosev as he makes his way on around in the McLaren MP4 12C. But I think this is a cool-down lap rather than anything major, as he won't have the time to get this lap in, so he'll be starting P13 in the class. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe qualifying is effectively complete. We do have 1.5 minutes to go on the timer, but nobody right now is on a lap, which will be completed before the timer strikes. And, well, as we do look to what is Rob Armstrong making, in fact, Armstrong may creep a lap in. In fact, we do have a couple of drivers who are on the verge of getting a lap in, including what is Deanster. In fact, no, he's just parked up there. Deanster is in what is the pit lane exit of the tourist environment, but it is Armstrong making his way on around as he comes down around through the long right hand of Galgencock corner. And I think somebody else has just put a lap in. So we are trying to get the update on who exactly has delivered what lap at what time. And, well, Armstrong there parking up and deciding enough's enough. It's not going to be an improving lap. So in the end, he's gone as far as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Mark Johnson heading on through it. As we're hearing that Cruz has finally finished his lap. He's got an 8:23.556. That's made a P6 in the AM class. And as we can see, Johnson heading towards the timing line. Currently P5. He's improved on the latter half of the lap, but not in the first half of the lap. He's been down on his previous bears. And will this be enough to move him up onto the top four? Not quite. He does improve to an 8:22.231, but it is still 2.4 seconds off of wins time in P4 in the class. But meanwhile, we look to Matt Stram. And he's parked up there on Tristan Farm pit lane exit. And I believe that is qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, Håkon Grebstad absolutely delivering in qualifying. 2.3 seconds is the advantage. And he'll be starting on pole over in the elite class. And then it will be Tony Hobbs who starts on pole in the pro class, P4 overall. And in the AM class, it will be Daniel Pays who starts P17 overall, but on pole in said class with an advantage over Livingston, Seaman Andre Livingston of what is 3 places on the field. But qualifying is complete. It's time to head to the grid for our one and only race. So this is how they all line up for our race for today. And it's Håkon Grebstad who takes pole position for Ignium Motorsport by 2.3 seconds over Empire Motorsport A's Sam Congreve. Behind him on the second row, it's Austin William Campbell for Symphony Esports White, joined by the pro pole sitter of Tony Hobbs, the privateer. On row number 3, it'll be the parent of Cy Anthony and Joe Newman. And then behind them, it'll be Nick Wren, the Tiki Sim Sport corporate driver, joined by the Tiki Sim Sport tour driver of Travis Wallace, and they'll line up behind the privateer and the Empire Motorsport A drivers. And then on row number 5, it'll be Alex Hill from Tiki Sim Sport, who is joined by UKSimRacing Hunt's Mark Davison. Then on row at number 6, it'll be Thomas Aspal, the Racing Lab AM driver, who is joined by Richard Jones, the privateer. And then behind him on row at number 7, it'll be Peter Cox for UKSimRacing Moss and Brandon Hay. On row number 8, we have the pairing from Empire Motorsport B of Nathan Foster and Nathan Scott, the 2 teammates across 2 classes of Elite and Pro, with Daniel Pays, your AM pole sitter for Old Dudes and Cars, starting off P17 on the 9th row of the grid, joined by John Eddowes for Tiki Sim Sport Gimme. Completing the top 20 on row 10, it's Ryan Davis for Tiki Sim Sport Gimme and Old Dudes and Cars, Casper Bright Grotner, having one of his strongest qualifying sessions of the season. And then Simon Andre Livingston starts P21 on the 11th row for Racing Lab M1, joined by David Larson for Symphony Esports White. Behind them, on row at number 12, it's Oyvind Breivik for Racing Lab AM, joined by Martin Tim for TC Simsport Cobra. And as we make our way further down the order, Carl McGurk starts P25 for Racing Forces, joined on the 13th row by Rob Armstrong for UKSimRacing Hunt. On row number 14, it's Steinar Sunny for Racing Lab AM1, joined by Matt Strand for Racing Lab AM. And then completing the top 30, it's Jack Wynn, the Privateer, and Ollie Pimley for Symphony Esports Black. On row at number 16, it's Eric Rosev on his debut, and he starts P31, joined by Mark Johnson, the UKSimRacing Moss driver. And then on with row at number 17, it'll be the pair of James Rankin for CHR Motorsport and Marvin Cruz, the Privateer. On row number 18, we have the pair of Thomas Barger and James Connolly, the two Privateers, and then they'll be followed up on row number 19 by Darren Sharples and Satinder Dinsa, as we see the Tiki Simsport Cobra driver having a difficult qualifying session. And then John Doble for Tiki Simsport Gimme and BDM Races Matt Maddox complete the top 40. Behind them on row 21, it's Billy Bob Ray for Empire Motorsport B and CHL Motorsport's Paul Robson. Joe Binder for Ignium Motorsport starts P43 on the penultimate row of the grid, joined by Frank Klein for Tiki Simsport Tour, and then starting last but not least, Jonathan Hitchen at P45. But as the field makes its way down the Dottenham Straight, it is going to be an absolutely filled grid. We have a grand total of what is 45 drivers competing today, albeit I believe Jonathan Hitchen hasn't actually been able to get to the grid. So we've got 44 drivers on this starting grid. Perhaps he'll be starting from the pit lane. Perhaps they've identified a technical issue with the car. But right now, all the drivers follow the safety car on down. And well, we've all been building up since the end of the first half of the season with a 90-minute feature at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke 24-hour endurance layout. And what is going to be a test of stamina, there's no question about it. But this man on pole position, Håkon Grebstad, if he can get a good run off the line into turns 1 and 2 and hold the lead by the time they get onto the North Schleife loop, I suspect he will feel as though he's got this in hand. But Sam Congreve, of course, the Empire Motorsport Mercedes driver, we know how much he loves the Mercedes AMG Evo machine, and he'll be looking to prove a point in the run to turn number 1. And the one thing the Mercedes can do well is accelerate in a straight line like no other as they continue to make the way down. It's quite the run yet. We've got a bit of time to go, but when they get going, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a thriller. There's no question about it. And keep your eyes out, of course, for drivers who've not qualified well, who look to try and come through the order as things get underway, including the likes will be Billy Bob Ray starting P41, and also Paul Robson on what is the 21st row of the grid, the two pro drivers. Darren Sharples as well having a difficult qualifying session. There is plenty here to look forward to at the Nürburgring, but the question is, who will come away with a win in each class? Well, we are only 2 corners away, and it'll be to Håkon Grebstad to take the field away for us to find the answers. Let's lights down, away we go as Grebstad goes green, and we go racing for 90 minutes here in Germany as Grebstad gets a brilliant start, and as they make the way down towards turn number 1, Congreve immediately under attack here from Austin William Campbell. They enter the opening braking zone, but Congreve defends hard here on the inside. You can see behind us Joe Newman taking a peek up the inside as they make the way through the right into left, side by side for Hobbs and Anthony, as Anthony trying to go round the outside on turn number 2. It's a bit compressed there, but Newman makes sure that Ren and Wallace battle one another, and as they make the way down, with Hobbs still side by side in the battle for P4 overall. That's what it's like Anthony as they come through left into right. Anthony stays pitched on the outside but has to back off in the end, and Tony Hobbs, the pro pole sitter, holding firm in P4 as we're in the Robson's been involved in an incident a bit further back. We'll take a look back at that when we can, but as our drivers make the way down the hill towards the Dunlop Kira hairpin, where it's all calm at the moment, albeit we look a bit further back, and here's Ollie Pimley fighting over with Breivik. Breivik dropping a couple of places at the start of this race with a slow start, but as they all come down in towards turn number 6, onto the brakes they all go, and as they do, Pimley clearing his rival, but meanwhile Carl McGurk trying to make some early gains after initial losses in qualifying as he comes on out there, and the elite driver, the lowest qualifier of them all, as he comes up the hill excluding Hitchen, who's not able to take it to the grid. And right now the Englishman trying to make ground but finds itself swamped around elites and pros, but as he comes on down, in fact pros and ams I should say, and as he comes into left into right here, they all calm down for a brief moment, but just behind Marvin Cruz after a good qualifying lap at the end. He's had a difficult start to this race. He's now trying to recover as he moves up the inside of Dinsa as he heads into the right hand onto the back stretch to the GP loop. The number 90 driver here on home ground will now look to try and hunt down ranking as soon as possible and make further progress. But they're coming towards the end of the GP loop here for the first time of asking. Pimley versus Strand. Strand on the inside there, too wide into Vido. They exit too wide as well. Albeit Strand has to lift off down the second part of the chicane. And now they make their way to turn 13 and on to the Nordschleife loop. And this is where we'll see one line astern as they make the way on down. And indeed, who's going to be able to now keep their cool and carry on as Jack Wynn under pressure from Carl McGurk, who looks up the inside, and Wynn makes another critical pass to overall position P28. But as they charge away on around, we look back up to the leaders here, and here is Heckel already starting to make ground as they head on through and around and onwards towards Håkon very shortly, but coming on through the left-hander, and now in the charge up towards Flugplatz he goes, with the Ignium Motorsport driver here from Norway, definitely mastering the art of the GP loop, and now carrying all the speed he can as he heads in towards Flugplatz. And here, of course, with a lot of fuel in the car, 45% fuel tank, it does mean the car's going to manoeuvre a little bit differently now, and the rumour is down the fact that that fuel tank will last approximately 3 laps, if not a little bit more, but you'll need a lot of fuel saving to make it 4 laps as he heads up towards that turn, it's there, the Arenberg corner. In fact, we're not going to go with turn numbers here, there's way too many to count here, but all the drivers charging on around. Indeed, you may see some numbers on the post by the trackside, and those are effectively the marshal's post for when we do go racing here in real life. But the drivers brake on down here, Tom Asbel on the brake into Arenberg corner, and right now under a bit of pressure from Brandon Hay behind. We jump on board with Brandon as he chases after the Racing Lab AM driver in the privateer Nürburgring Esports BMW as he heads up towards the compression, and as he does, and now of course awaits him as well. Of course here, this is where the attitude of the car changes, because you've got a lot more fuel in the car, plus you've got the dirty air of the driver in front, so you lose a bit of front end downforce under brake, and therefore you've got to be much more concise and consistent with that approach. But he gets absolutely nailed there, does Hayes, does not feel the understeer creep in any way, and powering on out now and heading up to Metzgerskill and into Kallenhard very shortly. We can see that the run off the ground, Asphaus has a better run by comparison, but hey, they're keeping eyes as they make the way on through. But of course now this is where the racing turns very quickly from an initial sprint on the GP loop into what is a calm, cool and collected confidence test over the Nordschleife loop here, and all the drivers will be thinking about what can they do to just simply keep things together. As meanwhile, we have heard there's been a further incident for Paul Robson after an early incident, and we've also had a couple of off-track drivers including Travis Wallace, and we will try and get replays of those very shortly after this first lap. But meanwhile, we look back to Jack Wynn, who right now all over the back of Carl McGurk as they make their way to drive at Rex for the first time, and coming on through the triple right-hander. I think Wynn wants to try and make a bit of ground, but he's got to be conscious of the fact he's not really battling with McGurk. His target will be Stephen Andre Livingston's up in P23, and Wynn, oh goodness me, it's gone wrong for McGurk. Wynn's collected as well, and I believe that is none other than Oyvind Breivik who's been called. They both hold position there. McGurk's automatically been towed to the pit lane. Well, that's a disaster for the Racing Forces driver, and well, the whole field comes on through, and well, Wynn just in the wrong place at the wrong time as Pinder almost gets clipped there by the return of the number 76 car of Breivik as they make their way on through, and Joe Pinder coming into the scene of the incident for Ignium Motorsport, and Wynn's had to be towed as well with damage to the car. It's a disaster for Wynn and McGurk, and meanwhile I think Breivik is going to try and carry on. Meanwhile, looking up the road here, we've got Maddox versus what is Billy Bob Ray up the inside, having started from towards the back of the field. Oh goodness me, that's going to be very tight as they make the way on out to the right hand of there of Berberg, and up the hill they charge. Well, you're going to see now that compromised racing line for the pairs going to cost a bit of speed, but Billy Bob Ray get the better exit and storming away as they make the way uphill and charging towards mid-curve as they head on through and getting ready to charge into the next sequence of the corners. Of course, it's not just about the battles further down the field. We have got some grind further up the field. We've got a car off track there, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that might be Ryan Davis who's got it wrong, coming on through mid-curve and now into the braking zone for what is the long right of Steelstrack as he comes on through and around, but that Porsche definitely wounded for TT Sport Kimi as he comes on through, and meanwhile he makes his way up towards the carousel, and he's going to have to keep it calm and try and figure out what's gone wrong in the car and whether he can push on or whether he needs to try and get it to the pit lane. As meanwhile Nathan Foster, a bit of contact with John Eddowes in the battle for P10 in the elite class, and they're tucked in behind Richard Jones in the pro class, and Foster I think getting the move done there and just about securing it in time as they make the way now into the downhill descent. but coming on around and onwards towards the drop on through and heading up towards what of course the YouTube corner, Brinching corner in gradual succession. All the drivers now knowing there's no real overtaking opportunity until they get into the Dottingham straight, and they just need to stay close to the car in front. And we'll speaking of the driver who's right at the front, here is Håkon coming through at YouTube corner, Brinching corner at the moment. We'll first invite the proper name from this point onwards. I think it's due the respect it deserves, and as they make the way on through and down towards what is, excuse me, at Flensgarden 2. Well, you can see Grebstad continues to eke out advantage there as he goes through the drop, and meanwhile Concrete falling back by a couple of hundreds on the run. Grebstad there, my good lord, I think he was on the grass there, and well, my eyes are deceiving me, I'll be. In all my time to see drivers charge through there, I've never seen anybody put two wheels onto the grass and carry all the speed like that. Grebstad proving there that he's got absolute balls of steel, and well, you have to excuse me for being explicit, ladies and gentlemen, but that could have been an absolute nightmare. But as he comes on through the carousel, hit the Kleiner carousel, Grebstad doing everything he can, but having a poor run by comparison versus Concrete, and Concrete now coming back at him as they make the way into Gallencott corner and rolling the way on down the long right-hander, now onto the Dottingham straight, and this is where Concrete will gradually gain as he powers on through. And we jump on board here with the AMG driver from Empire Motorsport A, and you'll see at first it'll look like Grebstad is a long way away. 8 attempts they started the straight, but now he'll just gradually reel him on in. It's almost, you can imagine he's got a virtual or hidden fishing rod here, and he's just gradually pulling on the line, and Grebstad is being reeled in. There goes the temp, here goes a further temp, and of course the toe not as strong as it used to be on iRacing, given the most recent major update this season, but that toe becoming more and more prevalent when he gets within half a second, and coming on down towards what is there the final couple of quarters of Tiergarten Hohenrain. The gap down now to 4 attempts and still closing, but lifting off there and deciding to settle the car and down to complete the lap. Indeed, he just needs to stay this close all the way overlapping. He can go on the offensive towards the very end as they clear the first lap of racing. But as they head towards the timeline, it is Håkon Grebstad who leads after one lap. 4 attempts clear of Sam Concrete in P2. Behind them, Austin William Campbell P3, ahead by 2.5 seconds of Cy Anthony, who is at P4 in the elite class. But in fact, they've got Tony Hobbs between the two. Tony Hobbs P4 overall, your pro class leader ahead of Cy Anthony, with Joe Newman P6, and then we'd have Nick Wren P7, Travis Wallace in P8 overall as he comes on through the Yokohama S chicane, and then we have Mark Davison P9 ahead of what is Thomas Aspau, and Aspau one of the biggest gainers inside the top 10 since the start, P2 in the pro class, and then best the rest is Alex Hill at P11, currently P9 in the elite class as he makes his way down towards where his turns at 3 and 4, but as he comes on through, meanwhile in the AM class, your class leader here he is Daniel Pace, old dudes in cars. I'm going to tell you right now, the Warthog is definitely looking menacing on the side of that Mercedes, and it is here to win today, there's no question about it. But coming on around and down towards the Dunlop Carrier hairpin as he charges on through. Meanwhile, we do look to a number, in fact we do hit a number drives in the pit lane after being towed on the open. That's Ryan Davies, Casper Brotner, Stephen Andre Livingston, Ivan Brevitt, Carl McGirt and Jack Wynn, and well, Jonathan Hitchen not able to make it to the grid. I don't think they're going to be able to get the car repaired, but what we can do is take a look at what happened to a couple of drives on the opening lap, including what happened to Paul Robson at the race start, and here's a replay. Well, the very start coming through turns 1 and 2. The CHR Motorsport driver on the outside behind his teammate, goes very wide, slides a little bit. Oh, contact with the number 14. And with the Cookie Monster machine of what was Thomas Barjuk, send him on around. And with the old dudes in cars driver there, an unfortunate tap with the CHR Motorsport driver Robson. And Robson really losing out as a result. And then a little bit later on lap, it only got worse for Robson. Here it was in the run up towards what was turn number 8, breaking his way on before. In fact, just after run for the Schumacher S, I think the rear of the car just not lighting up the way he wanted it to and going on around. So Robson having a very difficult start. We also did have an incident for Travis Wallace on the Nordschleife loop, and this was in fact he made his way on through into Callanhard corner here. Carries a bit too much speed, tires onto the grass, just catches it in time and gets the corner set up, but that could have been far, far worse for the American Suzuki Sport tire. There's no question about it. And then we did have the incident involving Carl McGirt and also was Ivan Breivik, and this is what happened to the Racing Forces drivers. He came on down into Verstappen hairpin. Onto the brakes, he went a bit late here by looks of things. Car goes deep, bounces on the curb, taps Breivik, and well, in the end for the Racing Forces driver just parked there, and in the end immediately towing his way back to the pits. Understandably, did not want to be causing any further incidents, but those are the incidents we've seen on the open lap. We have had a couple further off tracks. In fact, we just had an incident for Eric Rosa towards the end of the first lap. We'll try and get a replay of that when we can. It's been a relatively calm opening lap. We've seen some moves. In fact, we're seeing one here up into flood plans, side by side between Conley and Billy Bob Ray. Ray trying to go on the offensive, but he can't quite find it. Conley there just defending as they come on through. We said earlier it's not going to be possible to go too wide over most of the lap. I think a lot of our drivers have heard that and are trying to prove us wrong in the commentary booth as they make the way all the way in the long charge up towards Arenberg corner, and we'll side by side. Somebody's got to back out into the left-hander, and Ray just go a little bit deep onto the grass. He catches it. My good lord, the Scotsman there. Well, I can tell you one thing there, that is an absolutely brilliant pair of cording hands, for the simple reason many would have got it wrong. And the Empire Motorsport B driver, when the car was almost round, he's got it pointing in a straight line, and that's why you do not go too wide into Schroederkreuz corner, albeit they tried it. And I think Ray now will be thinking, okay, I've had my one big near miss of the day, I don't need to do that again. But a very bold attempt there, there's no question about that. But as he makes way for Arsenal Force now, he's got a long way to go in this race. P27 overall, currently P11 in the Pro class. He's got the Amter, Conley, Johnson and Sani in front of him before he takes on Matt Strand for P10 in the Pro class. And speaking of Matt Strand, here is Strand making his way through the left into right of Metzgersfeld into Callenhard, and as he comes on down here, he's got Sani behind. I wonder if Stein or Sani may be on the radio to the team principal to say, can you potentially give us the swap, given the fact I'm looking a little bit faster given our relative lap time so far. And well, it does look as though the pair on a move, but meanwhile we've got an instant and the run through Metzgersfeld into Callenhard. That's Marvin Cruz pointing in the wrong direction. Now how on earth has he been able to achieve? That's the question some of you may be asking. Well, here's a replay. It's going on through the left-hander, Metzgersfeld, and coming on around. The car starts to slide down. I think that might be a sign of what's to come. Goes a bit deep and tries to turn it, and that's what leads to it. And then a tap to the wall and gets the car stopped. Darren Sharp was having to do a little bit of rallycross there to avoid the Porsche that came to a dead stop. But Cruz in a bit of a mistake, and therefore cost him very dear as we return it to the live pictures. But he gets himself going once again, albeit now down in P11 in the AM class. But meanwhile, we look from him to James Conley. Conley still under pressure from Billy Bob Ray, and this is one of our closest battles on circuit, but as they make their way up into Bergvert corner. Meanwhile, just up the road from them, well, this is Richard Jones and Nathan Foster, and Jones, the pro driver, keeping the elite of Nathan Foster behind, and Nathan Scott, his teammate, i.e. Foster's teammate from Empire Motorsport. Well, right now, the elite and pro drivers will want to clear Jones for their own respective reasons. For Foster, it's to go hunting after Alex Hill. For Scott, it's to gain position as they come on up towards what is their still striker. Well, right now, no change of they're having to wait their turn. Indeed, this is the aspect where it does become follow the leader around here, albeit thrilling. At any moment, somebody could make a mistake, and that will completely change the complexion of the racing. As you can see, Foster getting really eager to try and find a move as they come through the carousel. And as we ride on board and look back here from the gearbox of Jones's car, we're having a full run through the carousel, and Foster's going to get his nose in here as they make the way up here. It's going to be the charge up into Boston 147, and well, it's going to be backing out for Foster. Foster really trying to get Jones to back out, but all he's done, he's caused the rest of the field now to bunch up ever closer. The concertina effect in motion as they make the way down into Hedlund's Horror corner and rolling on through to the downhill drop. Now Jones can just dictate the racing line as we see that John Enos almost ends up on the grass there, a little bit of a wobble as he came through the bumps and scrapes. Martin Tiddens had to be towed to the pit lane. He's been involved in an instant of some description. We'll try and understand what's happened there shortly, but his second lap already starting to really come alive. We thought after the first lap things would calm down, but if anything it's the complete opposite. All the drivers absolutely bouncing and bounding all around and looking to do everything they can in order to be able to try and find further positions early on in this race. I think conscious they may be out of place in terms of the pace they're able to deliver in this race. And will Edos and Cox right now together, and of course last season in season 9 both battling for the championship win in the Pro Class. It went to Edos with Cox losing out, and well, the UKSimRacing Moss driver now behind his old rival, but it's different stories between them this season, one in the Pro, one in the Elite. And well, for Cox it's all about trying to get past Nathan Scott to gain more points in the battle with his rival for the Pro Class Championship. But as he comes on down and into a Plansgarden Zwei, right now just having to wait his turn and no real opportunity being created as this pack continues to push on. But meanwhile, we look from them up to Tony Hobbs, and will Hobbs there make his way out of what is the Kleiner Carousel and into Galvin Cock corner, and we'll have him drop to P5. His left side Anthony go, and I think for the number 5 driver he can afford to let some of the other elite drivers go if he so chooses. But meanwhile, we've had an instant for Nick Wren. That's Wren at Galvin Cock. He's gone round and he's having to wait. He's trying to get the car off the road as much as he can, but of course then he's got to drive it uphill and back because he's got a couple more drives to come, a tap to the wall, and we'll just have to park it there and let more cars go. He will have a little bit of room, but I think he's got to be mindful of the fact there's a lot coming here, and they're coming off of a blind apex onto Ren, so therefore he can't really move at the moment, but that goes to show you when it goes wrong, he's got enough of a window, he can turn the car around. That's going to be ranking, and Ren's still waiting to go here as he makes his way on through, but meanwhile, heading down the Dotano towards the end of it at the moment, here is the battle for what is overall P6. Oh goodness me, in fact that's not the P6, they're all going to pick up a place and drive dropping out of P6, pointing the wrong way. That is Joe Newman in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo. There's a little slide there, and I think there's been contact with Tony Hobbs' car. Hobbs is limping, coming out of where the motorcar was. He just wants to get in the pit lane. I don't think he can do it. I think he's got to be towed, and with that he's going to lose a whole lap on the field. But meanwhile, as he's towed back to the pits and has to wait, you can see Alex Hill versus Wes Davison behind. And it is all drama at the end of lap number 2 as our drivers now start to make their way onto the 3rd lap under race conditions. And well, we've got a lot to dissect in terms of that engine. We may have a replay 2 coming up very shortly, but Joe Newman definitely a surprise, and the same for pro leader Tony Hobbs, who seems to be in a world of comfort up front. And in the end, he's found a hard place, there's no doubt about it. And this is what happened to Tony Hobbs. In fact, this is the aftermath, so this is not exactly what's happened, but we can tell you that something has gone wrong for Hobbs. We are still trying to get a replay of it, and well, we started in fact with Joe Newman, who seems to be involved in a bit of an altercation. I think Hobbs and Newman may have come together. Well, it was the running off the dot in a hurry, and 2 wide here into Tiergarten. Oh, goodness me, and neither one of them wanted to give way, and well, I think both drivers there will feel the others should have given way, given they were fighting 2 different classes, and the Empire Motorsport A driver, I think, will be furious with the way it's played out. The same for Hobbs, but a nasty one between them, and then both of them just home to watch as the fields picked up the pieces which they've left behind. But meanwhile, looking back to our live pictures here, side-by-side battling between Stein Arsani and where's Rob Armstrong, albeit this is for overall position, not class position, and it's going to be what is there, Armstrong at the inside, Arsani to take P17 overall. Behind we do see, by comparison, Matt Strand also trying to get into the mix, and he'll want Sani just to back off a little bit here in order to give him a run versus Armstrong. But I think Sani feels he's the faster driver of the pair around here, given the pace he's putting in. Indeed, the last lap from the Stein Arsani was at 8:20.4. Meanwhile, for the Strand, it was 8:22.79. So 2-second delta there. So I think Sani can deliver the laps. He just needs to be given a little bit of an opportunity to do so, and he'll run on through. Of course, Strand maybe just tucking in behind and doing a bit of lift and coasting here in order to fuel save, but they do have Johnson coming up behind, and Mark Johnson will be looking to try and find his way past Stein Arsani to gain as many points as he can in the AM Championship. But as they make their way on to the Nordschleife Loop, meanwhile, Nick Wren there pointing the wrong way at the Dunlop Carrera hairpin, so many a driver getting it wrong. And well, we continue to try and see what else is happening on around on circuit. And in fact, we do have a grime battle between what is it, John Eddowes and Peter Cox behind. Eddowes here under pressure from his old rival as they come into the look back. So of course, across 2 different classes, this is the overall position. But I think Cox will be feeling as though the longer he spends behind Eddowes, the longer he's having his time taken away. As we jump on board here with the UKSimRacing Moss driver, P5 in pro class at the moment. He can see Scott in the distance, but Scott is being given some breathing room. Going on through the left hand there of Schwalbenkois and in towards the braking zone of Arenberg, and coming on down through the right hander. Now of course the patience there as he comes off corner, and we do see a number of you in the YouTube chat cheering on your respective favourites, including Ruth Eddowes there cheering on John Eddowes, who's just in front of this man who we're riding on board with. We're riding on board with Peter Cox in the 68 UK-SimRacing Moss BMW M4, and as they make the way on through, and well, we can see into the braking zone for Aldenau Forst here. No change at the moment, but the complexion of the race now is definitely turning into drivers who are trying to find their way through the order, where they feel as though they've got a lot more pace compared to the driver in front, and then it's packs running together, alternative drivers running in isolation, and now just starting to focus on their respective races. But as we do see Cox making his way on through Metzgersfeld and Arts was counting hard. Meanwhile, we do look to the sole McLaren in the field here today. Eric Rosev in the 42 car, and the privateer from Norway behind Dinter as he comes out of there. Arenberg, and onwards he goes. We've got a car parked up. That's Thomas Barjot who's parked up there on corner exit. So I think right now he's been involved in some sort of altercation, I think, with the circuit, and therefore it's not worked out for Barjot at all. And we will try and get a replay of that very shortly as we do continue to see Rosev making his way in towards Ardenau Forst here. Onto the brakes he goes, and these sweeping shots just give you that perspective of the elevation change and the length of the straight runs, of the curved runs from corner to corner, indeed from section to section. Rosev here tucked in behind Dinsa and continuing to push on, but he's going to look for the move here, and Dinsa just lets him go. And I think that there is what you need to do if you're in the opposite class and the driver behind is close. Just let them go. If they've got the pace, let them push on and let them help you clear the road ahead, because otherwise you just end up being pressured into a mistake alternative. The two of you come together, and then I think it's a trip to the steward's room after the race, and we've seen a few of those now in terms of moments between drives over the course of the season across two different classes. But meanwhile, we do take a look back to what happened to Thomas Baggio. Well, this was him after the incident, so whatever's happened through Orenburg a little bit earlier, and in fact we can get a slightly earlier replay of this coming on through and down towards all good to be onto the grass there, onto the brakes there. He's got to stop the car, and it's a nasty whack to the wall as the tree obscures our view of the 14 car. Then he's gone to the barrier, and the car's just glided along the barrier and come to a halt, and well, that is understandable why he's had to be towed. That will be the left side suspension completely knocked about. The wheels will be out of alignment, and a difficult way to wrap up what is the run of 2.5 laps for Thomas Baggio. There's no question about that. As meanwhile, we do look from them to the live pictures and back up further through the field, and in P5 overall at the moment is this man, your pro leader. It's Thomas Aspau, as he comes out of the carousel and heading on up towards the latter portion of the lap as he charges on through into Hedwig's Hover by Postman 147, and as he does, he's only got a 1.8 second advantage over Brandon Hay, and Brandon Hay really coming alive here today in the Nürburgring Esports Privateer machine. The 96 driver looking quite composed, and I wonder whether he feels as though this circuit could be the round where he turns the championship around, because he's had some difficulty in the opening 3 rounds. Things have not always played out the way he's wanted it to, albeit he's definitely been a threat for the top 5 in the pro class, but today he could be a much bigger threat in terms of potentially the win, if not at least on the podium. As meanwhile, we're hearing that Richard Jones, oh goodness me, the number 99 driver has found the wall there, and I believe that's in the run down into Whipperman, and well, he's brought it back onto circuit, but how exactly did that start? That'll be the question. In fact, we do have an immediate replay. Coming on over the rise, taking a bit too much speed. The car goes to grass. On that point, he's just a passenger in his car on a journey and taking it to the wall, and fortunately able to run along the wall. And he does pick up a nasty knock initially on the front right. That may knock the wheel out of alignment, or at least do some considerable damage to the bodywork and the suspension. But Jones is able to carry on just about, but falling off circuit here. You can see in the number of instances we've had on these opening 3 laps where drivers just push too hard or not quite things composed, the damage you pick up because the walls are so close, and also the places you lose early on is absolutely detrimental to your longevity in the race. There's no question about that. And well, as he makes his way up towards the Kleiner carousel very shortly, I think Jones will be thinking about his first pit stop in due course. But meanwhile, looking back to our race leader here, it is Håkon Grebstad making his way on down the dotted line now, a 5-second advantage over Sam Congreve, and well, last lap he added another 2 seconds to his advantage versus the aforementioned Empire Motorsport B driver. And as we see the Motorsport coming back, Empire Motorsport, I should correct myself, but as the number 37 roars its way out of the final corner into the pits, and we are expecting our drivers to come in after their 3rd lap, unless anybody's been able to do a huge amount of fuel saving. But it's Grebstad who comes on in, and Congreve just behind, but you can see that gap being articulated in the delta between them in the pit lane entry. Meanwhile, further back, Alex Hill chasing after when it's Thomas Aspau there for P5 overall, and coming on through the last couple of corners, Horn Rain now in particular, and you can see that Davidson close behind him. Mark Davidson coming alive as well, and he's gained 3 places in class, as has Alex Hill since the start of the race. And of course, some of those gains have been from drivers making mistakes, but at the same time, it's been about making those moves when it's counted most. But everybody into the pit lane, they haven't been called in, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering whether this has been ordered, no, that's how far the fuel tank's taken them, and now it's all about, has anybody got any repair work they want to do? Will they be putting in extra fuel, or will they decide to change all 4 tyres rather than just potentially 2, which seems to be the run? Because remember, they do change tyres at the same time as they put fuel in the car, and will make his way back out onto the circuit and gain a further half a second in the pit lane. Håkon Grebstad makes his way onto lap number 4 and does everything he can now to open up that gap ever further on Sam Congreve. But to our point, they can change up to 2 tyres without being impeded in terms of refuel time in the pits, because you do take on fuel and change tyres simultaneously. But beyond 2 tyres, that's where you spend extra time in the pits. But of course, there's no mandatory requirements in those pit stops. It's just come into the pits when you need to and get back out on there onto the circuit and win the race if you can. But as all drives exit the pit lane, it is traffic jam into turn 1. With also Aspal tucked in behind Brandon Hay. And in fact, Hay there making the jump on Aspal and getting the move done. That is an overlay there of what is 3 seconds gained in the pits of Brandon Hay. And well, he's now your pro class leader. So I think Aspal just having a slow exit from his stop. The pit stop times were rather different as well. It was 2 seconds in favour of Brandon Hay, a 20.25 stationary time versus Aspal's a 21.98, and that I think is the story being told. Well, for Hay, if he can keep this up, I think he could be on course here to defend it to the very end, and Aspal will not let this go, given the speed that the two of them have. But then again, we'll have to wait and see. It's definitely looking as though Brandon Hay is on the charge here today, and can anybody in the pro class stop him? But as he makes his way out of the Schumacher S behind, we do see Nathan Scott still tucked in behind his teammate Nathan Foster for Empire Motorsport B. And the two drivers here running together, it's a cooperative between them, but I wonder if Scott's just feeling as though he could potentially be going on the offensive versus Aspal. Will he want Foster, and will the team management be on the radio to say, right, you two have got to clear Aspal, and for Foster he's got to try and find a way through that lets Scott have an opportunity to take a shot at P2 in the pro class, because if they can and make the double swap, it could work out to their mutual advantage. But coming out of Vido, where it's going to be Aspal is on the attack versus what is there, the two Nathans. So they come on through and in towards the Beach curve, and it's going to be at the inside there for Scott as he makes the move count, and that is the teamwork we're exactly talking about. And in the end, all it took was Foster to make the move into turn 13, and then Scott was given all the space in the day because of the road surface change at turn 13. Caused Aspal to go a little bit deep, and with the corner narrowing beyond apex, when then Aspal had nowhere to go other than keep it on the outside and hope he could run it all the way round. But then Nathan Scott has been given an opportunity. He's had to be daring in his own right, but the two Empire Motorsport B drivers making a brilliant tactical manoeuvre there in order to get the job done. But as they now make their way on to the Quiddleback of Horse Straight, coming all the way through and up towards Flugblad. Meanwhile, we look to Peter Cox, who now looking for the move as well. And Aspal's lost a lot of momentum, and the UKSimRacing Mostrar here thinks about it, but he can't quite squeeze on in as they make the way on around. And we jump on board here with UKSimRacing Mostrar as he powers his way now up towards Arenberg, with John Eddowes only a 10 behind, and the two of them swapping places in the pit lane. And well, now Eddowes has to play the pursuing role. Well, he's going to wait and see how Cox and Aspal get on as they come in towards the braking zone. A lift off there from Cox, understandably not wanting to push too hard. There's no real opportunity unless the driver in front makes an error. But again, with these guys, they rarely do make errors. At the very top of the divisions, they come on down and through. But charging all the way here, the number 68 driver just keeping it calm, keeping it collected, knowing the next opportunity now is really in the run up towards mid-curve out of Bergwerk if he can find the momentum. But heading in towards Arden now, of course, we stay on board for a little bit longer here, and Cox absolutely concentrating. Indeed, all of our drivers here knowing that you can't focus too hard on the car in front. It's easy to go lulled into a bit of a hypnotic state of mind when you're looking at the car in front and you start to follow their moves, you start to brake as late as they do. But when you're in a pack like this, you do have to brake a little bit early. You have to lift off the speed and turn in a little bit early just to offset the dirty air, that understeer that comes into these corners. And Will Cox is doing an absolutely brilliant job in trying to hunt down that P3 Pro position. There's no doubt about it, but there's still plenty of time to go, and we're just about to reach the end of the first half an hour of the 90 minutes of racing. But coming on through and down into Will's drive and Rex again, here it's just about keeping the pressure on. But you can see already the fact that with the manoeuvre being made, and Nathan Scott in fact has got ahead of Foster, so the two of them swap places, and Scott here, I think, feeling as though he's got the momentum to chase after Brandon Hay. Well, if so, that means that Hay right now, he's going to be looking through a few mirrors. I think he'll be wondering, should it be the other Empire Motorsport B Porsche in the elite class behind? No, Scott here has been given every right to go hunting, and now as they come up towards what is there, he run for X-Mule and onto X-Style. I think for Scott, he is absolutely fighting a bit. He's been galvanised by the momentum he's building. But meanwhile, all good is me, and that is Richard Jones has gone round, and it does look as though their Siphon has claimed another car. And what's happened to the number 99? Well, thankfully, we do have a replay we can provide immediately, and here's the story. Coming out, drive Rex getting a good run through the corner and onto the brakes. A little bit of a wobble under braking, and then coming on through, the rear's just gone round there, trying to carry a bit too much speed that the rear could carry, and the car swinging about, and will in the end a small tap to the ball to get it off the road. And for Jones, it's definitely becoming A day that's going from good to bad to worse as he looks to get himself back on track, and he has managed to turn it around, but he's dropped to P11 in the pro class. It's even further down now, and it's the worst place that you can have a moment where you end up pointing the wrong way, because you have to effectively let the whole field go before you can turn the car. You've got to have about a 10 to 15 second gap to be able to quickly get the car turned around if you've got the space and the walls are not too close. But meanwhile, as we look from him to a little bit further up the road and looking to Mark Davison, P7 in the elite class here, chasing after Alex Hill. He'll open that gap up to 9/10. He's still got Brandon Hay behind the pro leader. So I think Davison at this point just focusing on making sure he doesn't fall more and more into the clutches of the pro pair behind. And well, I think Hay will also be thinking if he can't get past Davison, how much is that going to cost him in terms of time to Nathan Scott. So that's going to be one to watch out for. And our drivers all heading over the ridge and down now they descend, charging all the way through. And coming up towards the next set of corners for Davison, it's all about looking in front of him. And you can't look at the driver in behind because there's no way to overtake you unless you make a mistake. Davison almost getting it wrong there as soon as I say it, but you've just got to focus on your line. And we'll commentate his cursor plenty here for a number of drivers as he comes on down and heads in towards Brunson very shortly. Going a bit deep again. Davison really out of line here. Something's got in his head. He turns it, just not feeling happy with the state of the car. And as he comes out of Brunson, it goes a bit wide, catches the car in time. And with Brandon Hay looking at this now, and I definitely think he's thinking that he'll be wanting to get on through as soon as possible. And he does have the Dr. Nohur coming up shortly after they come through Flansgarden, Eins and Zwei. And as he heads down towards the long right run, it's now going to be for Davison just to try and keep it compact. And Hay will want to get this move done immediately when they head onto the long stretch, because otherwise I think Nathan Scott's going to be right there with him come the end of the next lap. As we hear that James Rankin's had an off track, that's dropped him down to P23 from P21 overall, and it's also dropped him out of P9 the pro class down to P10. We still gain 4 places since the start of Rankin off camera. And we will take a look to James Rankin shortly. But meanwhile, Davison here coming into the carousel. And well, is there anything wrong with the car? We can't see any visible damage to the car, although there might be some slight scrapes with regards to the front bumper, but I think that's more from hitting the curvature of the road surface going through the carousel. And as he makes way down onto Dotton Hub, well, now this is where Brandon Hay will gain all the speed in the run, and he knows he'll want to clear this portion before he gets to the braking zone, because if he does not, I think he's only going to be pushed backwards and getting closer and closer, moves the inside. And you may be wondering here about which side of the road do you want to be on down the Dotton Highway. Well, you want to be where Brandon Hay is on the right hand side of the road from our camera's perspective, the left hand side, and the reason for that is because the tree line helps shield the car from any wind that's blowing across or onto the circuit from in front of the car, and therefore it does mean you gain a higher top end speed compared to if you're out on the right hand side. And as our drivers make the way in towards the last couple of corners, Brandon Hay getting the move done, and Davison not battling it too hard, and they exchange places for P7 overall. Well, as they come on out of the final 2 corners and on to the next lap. Meanwhile, we are hearing the site Anthony has been involved in a little bit of an incident. There, as I do believe that Jay Wink are letting us know they're in the YouTube chat. Site Anthony carrying on at the moment in the number 27 car, the Welshman, as he makes his way down towards turn at number 3. And we're doing everything he can to have a smooth debut, running P4 overall, and he won't be too worried about that. It's a good start to his season for him. But meanwhile, as he comes through, we look a bit further back to an ongoing battle between Matt Strand and Rob Armstrong for P7 in the pro class, and Armstrong is the attacker. Meanwhile, for Strand, he's the defender as they head on out of what is the last 2 corners and on to their next lap. So on to lap number 5 they go, and will this race definitely settling down now. And we have seen a lot of drivers get it wrong earlier on in this race, and we have also had a number of retirements. In fact, we do have what is Satinder Dinter in the pit lane, and we're trying to understand what's happened there. But meanwhile, looking for a very late move on the inside, and that is your pro driver, Tony Hobbs, the pro pole sitter. Remember, he started P4 overall. It was an absolutely staggering lap for the class in the number 5 car, and an early incident between himself and the Lamborghini Huracan Eva of Joe Newman. Well, Newman's had to retire due to that damage. Hobbs has got the car back out on circuit, but he's got a long way to go, and well for Hobbs, he's currently 40 seconds off the leader. But when he is lapping at the moment, approximately what is 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the Pro class on average. I think Hobbs here may not be able to take the win today, but he could perform some magic to get back inside the top 5 if he can find his way past Strand and Armstrong, who are just in front, and you can see them there off in the distance in the camera as they make their way into the Schumacher S. Tony Hobbs is going to be one to watch out for, because he is absolutely pushing hard as he makes his way on through, and well, as he comes up towards the next braking zone, Johnson's still there in tow. Meanwhile, we do look back to our other debutant for today. Of course, we saw Science only moments ago. Here's Eric Rosev in the 42 McLaren, and the Norwegian here, P11 in the Pro class. A bit of a lonely P11 in the class at the moment. P25 overall. An early incident cost him quite dear, but he's not given up yet, and indeed he could still gain many places given how high the likelihood is of a mistake over the remainder of the race. But Strand there defending versus Armstrong as they make their way out of Edo and heading up towards turn at number 13, and into the left-hander they go. And as they make the way now down towards the braking zone for the Sabine Schmidt curve, now Armstrong just has to wait, but look at Hobbs. Hobbs is already there. He's within a second, and they've only just got onto the loop. Well, Hobbs now, I think, will be eager to try and find a move if he can, but at the same time, he's got to play the respectful game here, because going too wide until they get in the run up towards floodplains, it's going to be detrimental to both drivers' lap, and indeed it could end up with a bit of an incident as they make the way on through the right into left combination of what is from our camera's perspective is left, well, in fact it is right into left combination from the driver's perspective of Håkon, and we're coming on down now. They head on to the straightaway as we're hearing that Sani is backing off, and I believe Steinel Sani's been involved in the incident as he's running very slowly as they head on through, and I wonder what's happened to Steinel Sani as Johnson now picks up what is P2 in the AM class, and Steinel Sani drops in behind, and Sani really not in a happy place with the car. We have not heard anything, but I believe he has been involved in a bit of an incident, a small off track that's cost him very dear, and we'll try to see what exactly happened very shortly if we can get a replay of it. But meanwhile, this battle for P7 in the Pro class continues to rage on. And it is Strand ahead of Armstrong with Hobbs just there. I think Hobbs now backing off a little bit. He may be trying to do some fuel saving here, Hobbs. There's no real way to make a move. As you can see Armstrong eager to come on through. He thinks about it. Oh, goodness me, the temptation is there, but it's the one thing you do not do. Coming down into the compression, you cannot go too wide here unless you have full confidence the driver you go too wide with is going to back out with you. You'll both have to live as they make the way in towards Ardenau Force and going through in the left into right. Making the way on out there. Some of you may be wondering about the graffiti on the circuit, on the track, so I'll tell you a little bit about the history of that very shortly. But as they make their way out towards Metzgertsfeld, things stay as they are for now, but Armstrong eager to get this move done, and Strand by comparison just wants to keep Armstrong and Hobbs at bay for as long as he can. But of course, the longer he spends now defending, the more time he loses on the lap, and that is before we get to the final stretch of the Dottin Ohio to complete this 5th lap under race conditions. Meanwhile, further up the road, we've got two wide here between Alex Hill and Brandon Hay, and well, it's going to be between the P6 driver and the elite class, the leader in the Pro class. It's very close going for Berg, but Hill goes around the outside. It's a beautiful move for Alex Hill. He gets the job done there, and as they make the way on up, I think for Brandon Hay, he might have been thinking in retrospect, was it worth fighting for P6 overall, given the fact we've already seen one pro leader knocked out of contention, given an incident with another elite driver. And well, right now as they make the way on up behind them, it's Davison versus Nathan Foster, and Foster has been released. The beast is being unleashed for Empire Motorsport B, and as they come up towards the curve, it's too wide. Onto the brakes, Foster goes, and he gets it done. Davison there, not responsible. Foster goes a little bit wide, but he just catches the car in time. Albeit I think it's a bit of a code brown, that's the drivers like to refer to it, and read into that what you will as they break the way in to Stillstracker corner, coming on around. And meanwhile, we're hearing that Austin William Campbell's been involved in an incident of some description. He's dropping down the order like a stone. Well, in fact, we're hearing that he's had to be towed to the pits, and we will try and understand what happened there. But meanwhile, on camera, Nathan Foster getting past Mark Davison for P7 overall. P6 in the elite class, and Davison under pressure on Nathan Scott, and Scott in return now trying to make a little bit more headway. I understand with John Eddowes behind. But Eddowes here really being held at bay by the pro driver for Empire Motorsport B as they head up towards the downhill drop that begins at Hedvig's Hor. But further on down the order, I'm hearing that Steinel Sani is continuing to have difficulties. So something has gone wrong with Sani's car, and I believe that early incident, which we didn't quite see, we saw the end of, may have really been the cause of the damage. And well, as we do wait to find out what it is, we do have a replay, and this may explain what's happened to Steinel Sani. So on the brakes there, and coming on through the right into left, car goes round, and it's a knock to the wall, and that explains it entirety, as the rear bumper did come off the car, albeit it's rematerialised onto the car there for the purposes of the broadcast, but the Racing Lab and one drive with that damage, and that is the story as what's happened to Steinar Sani, and as to what happened to Austin William Campbell later on in the lap, running at the time in what was P3, coming on through the carousel, jumps out the corner, and the rear just lets go there, a little bit aggressive with the throttle, and a knock to the wall. That's the thing with this Mercedes AMG, in that the low speed corner, second gear in particular, the rear tyres just light up under throttle, and for Austin William Campbell, that's why he's had to be towed to the pit, as we now do return to the live pictures here, ladies and gentlemen, and well, we look from Davison versus what is Nathan Foster to the battle for P7 in the Pro class, and this is Strand, Armstrong and Hobbs together, and with Tony Hobbs, of course, the name in this trio that wants to find his way through as soon as possible. He's got all the pace in the world, but he's got nowhere to make the overtake happen. He has to play the patience game as Armstrong, by comparison, just here caught between a rock and a hard place, which is he feels as though he's got the pace versus Strand, but he's also got the unstoppable force behind him with Hobbs that is looking ever closer as they start to make their way up towards Svans Garden 5. We're coming all the way down there in the charge, and well, the group of drivers here, Armstrong falling back a little bit. In fact, Hobbs there getting closer and closer, but Armstrong not comfortable in this run at high speed. It does look as though Mercedes is a little bit undersensitive with regards to rotation. It's almost as if it wants to understeer more than it wants to rotate now, as he comes on through the left hand there of Schwab and heading in towards the Kleiner carousel, under braking, and there wobble under braking, and in return Hobbs going to look around the outside into Galgenkopf corner to wind under braking, and Armstrong can go defensive as much as he wants, but it's only a one wide corner as they come down onto Dottenheimer straight, and this is going to give Strand a 1.3 second gap heading onto the Dottenheimer, albeit Armstrong and Hobbs will feel a distant tow. They will close up, and that Audi not strong in terms of top end speed compared to the Mercedes and the BMW, but the point being here that Armstrong has actually cost himself dear in being able to chase Strand down, and in return Hobbs, in trying to look for that move at Galgenkopf, is now half a second back, and I don't think the BMW's got enough to look past Armstrong. Armstrong will be safe with the UKSimRacing Hunt outfit once again, and it's going to have to come down to the run on the GP loop if it's going to be Hobbs who makes the move. Now coming in towards the last couple of corners, this is where Hobbs will again do everything in his power to close up as they make their way in towards Hohenrenn, but heading out to the final two corners, Hobbs just not close enough to really push on, so he's going to have to really push, and in fact Hobbs decides to come into pits. Hobbs is in from what is P9 in the elite, in the Pro class I should say, P18 overall, and I think this is the right call tactically, as coming in behind that's Nick Wren, one of the big names to fall in the elite class with an early mistake costing him very dear. But as we look further back to Matt Maddox, he's chasing after Eric Rosev. Maddox P3 in the AM class, it should be pointed out, and we are starting to see our first set of second stops of the day playing out in anger, as Maddox here staying behind Rosev, and I think the BDM Racing driver, we feel as though he can go one more lap onto what will be a sixth lap, and then look for an opportunity to pass Rosev before he heads onto where's the Nordschleife loop, albeit if he's that far behind over the majority of the GP lap, it's not going to happen. 7 tenths is too far. He needs to be 3 to 4 tenths before the next braking zone run, as he heads on towards the start finish straight here. Another lap he turns. He does not try to go for the strategic undercut. Instead, he's going to try and get the job done on circuit. Meanwhile, Hobbs comes out the pit lane, and I think he's bought himself some clear track, given the fact he's just come ahead of Rosev, so the engineers have got this absolutely spot on for Tony Hobbs. He's bought himself all the time of day. The next car up the road is James Rankin, that's 26 seconds ahead of him, so Hobbs will have all the breathing room here to deliver an out lap that's as close as possible to a qualifying lap, and could this see him jump Armstrong and Strand when they make their pit stops at the end of the next lap? That's when we suspect they'll have to pit, but will it play out that way? That will be what we have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, speaking of Strand versus Armstrong, they are still battling here as they come into Vidal, and well, that is the gap. Essentially, I should say, rather than intentionally, it is the majority of the GP loop of the circuit that accounts for a single pit stop, and Strand there, a little bit sideways coming through turn 13. The Audi now starting to wobble a little bit on power as they make their way through Spinchbit curve, and I think Armstrong will be eager to make this move, but where can he make the move? That is the question that continues to confound him as they begin their ascent up the Eifel Mountains. Meanwhile, we look to a Nathan Foster, who's still got Davison behind after making that daring move. Foster now under pressure, and Davison as they head into Orenburg corner. Onto the brakes they both go, and coming on around, both drivers here doing everything they can in order to push the tempo a little bit more. But Hill, meanwhile, Alex Hill 4 seconds up the road and not really gained on him. Are they? In fact, they're losing out versus Hill by approximately 3 to 4 attempts on average a lap. So it does look as though the Tiki SimSport driver, who we look to here in the Gundam machine, that's one that's on the side of the car. I've been informed it is a tribute to Gundam, and as he makes his way out of Ardenau, of course, the 276 driver here making his progress up behind Brandon Hay, the pro leader, and Hay, of course, in a little bit of a near miss altercation previously with some of his elite class peers, and he will not be wanting to have an instant with them for the simple reason he's got an open goal here to potentially take a pro class win. But as they make their way in towards Kellan Harden, we try to avoid the football analogies despite the fact the FA Cup is on today. If you're based in the United Kingdom, we do see Hill rolling on through and want to try and power his way up behind the pro driver to score another place overall. But heading on around, and meanwhile we look back to Armstrong versus Strand, and we jump on board here with a 45 at UKSimRacing Hunt machine, and again so close but not close enough to make the move. And Strand on the defensive line, if Ardenau Force taking all the speed out of the car, Armstrong getting a better exit initially, and this could be when he looks at the run. It'll be daring if he goes for it as he heads up towards the braking zone here. The Meskets fell, but onto the brakes he goes. He can't quite find it, and instead his rival just stays there as they head on through the extended left into right combination. But Strand really struggling for grip, and he looks up the inside. Armstrong goes all in. It's a beautiful run in the end as he comes up the inside, and well for Strand, it was just offline, and Armstrong putting the pressure on it time after time and after time, and in the end finding a way through rhythm and rhyme on the circuit to make the move count. But as the 45 driver comes on down through Trifect Rex now, he'll know he's got to break away, but of course he's got to nail this siphon first and make sure he does not overextend the braking zone. This corner has caught out 7 drivers so far today, and he doesn't want to add his name to the list as he makes his way now on towards what will be the run for Bergberg. And I think Armstrong will feel as though he has been released at long last, and will could this battling behind Strand costing the time versus what is Tony Hobbs in the battle of the P7 in the Pro Class. I suspect Hobbs may be absolutely pounding it round right now in order to make that happen, but we'll see next time around, as Armstrong of course will be in the pits at the end of this lap we anticipate. Indeed, all our drivers currently out of circuit, having only completed 1 pit stop. I think they will not have the fuel to go to the end of another lap after this 6th one. But meanwhile, as that battle concludes for the time being, we look back to Nick Wren in the Tiki SimSport Corporate machine, the number 88 driver, coming down into the breakage over this side of the corner. Out to left-hander he goes, and now onwards towards the breach section. And we'll Tiki SimSport having a mixed feeling today with regards to how things have played out so far, as Wren making the move on Maddox, and Maddox not putting up any opposition. They're just letting it go, and a very sensible move there from Matt Maddox. He's running comfortably in P3 in the AM class. He doesn't need to do anything crazy. But meanwhile, speaking of doing things crazy, it's gone wrong for Brandon Hay. He's dropped out the lead of the Pro Class. He's gone round, and as he tries to get the car turned, he's got Daniel Pace, the AM leader, coming up behind him. Albeit Pace will come into the scene of the instant now that it's been cleared, and that, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, is at Hedwig's corner. And what exactly has happened to Brandon? Oh, goodness me! And there's a little bit of a wobble there. I'm not sure if there was actual contact, but Brandon Hayham's a step clear. But the 96 car has definitely got damage to it as Daniel Pace comes on through the AM leader almost in the instant with the previous pro leader. And what exactly has happened to Brandon Hay? Well, we do have a replay to explain the story. To make it its way through the left into right, coming out of Poston 147, bounces on the curb and then onto the exit curb, and in the end the car just becomes uncontrollable, and the 96 goes all around, and Alex Hill just avoids. But let's take a look from on board in terms of that instant, and we'll hear it coming on through. Just listen in. And just clips a bit too much apex curve through the uphill right-hander. It launched the car into the exit curve, and by then as he tried to get the power down, wipers going on now. I think that may have been a bit of a fumble with the wiper stick in the car, and the 96 driver just having it all end in very quick succession. Albeit he's still out there, he's trying to limp the car home. He wants to avoid losing a lap in this race by being towed. Completely understandable because he has shown great pace, but now that means the pro lead falls to this man live on your screen from Empire Motorsport B. It is a Nathan Scott, and look who's immediately behind him. Peter Cox is there, and well, the BMW driver for Winners UK Sim Racing going on the offensive. Heckle Grebstad and Sam Congreve in to the pit lane, and as they make the way on down the Dotton Heart, I think here it's going to be about, does Cox want to gain the place on track, or does he want to fuel save and then try and gain it in the pit lane? And then no, it will be a battle between them to the finish, or with Thomas Aspal currently what is 5.5 seconds behind. We could see a three-way fight for the pro win at the end. As meanwhile Nathan Foster and with Mark Davison going toe-to-toe as they come down onto the Bilstein Bridge. Too wide on the brake, and who's going to back out in the battle of the Porsches? Coming up through, there's contact. Nathan Foster sent to the grass. The car becomes unstable, and it's contact to the wall. Oh, goodness me! And Davison in the end, Foster finds his way back to the car that made contact with him only moments ago. And well, the two of them have ended in tears, and it's that corner sequence which earlier on saw the demise of course, Joe Newman, and now the 52 of Foster has fallen foul for Orbit battling in class. But Foster turns it around. He's going to try and limp to the pit lane, but it's disaster for both of them. And well, in the end, they battled too wide, but did they need to? I think they'll be both asking one another at the end of this, because they were both on for a good result, and now that may have just fallen behind the wayside as we see some more drivers coming in. One driver stays out, however, and that, I believe, staying out is Travis Wallace as he carries on. He's already made 2 pit stops, so he's trying to gain some ground in this race. In fact, Wallace comes on through and moves up to P2 in the elite class. He gets out ahead of Heckle Grebstad, and well, I believe Grebstad having a very long pit time by comparison, and Wallace ahead of him was Sam Congreve leading this race, yet to take, well, in fact, Sam Congreve has taken his second stop of the day, but I suspect we will see 3 stops here, given the fact that nobody right now looking to really get to the end of this race. Again, we've got just over half an hour to go. In fact, we've got just shy of 40 minutes remaining. I think it'll be a free stopper. And well, Heckle Grebstad taking almost a minute in the pits. I think all 4 tyres were changed on the car rather than just 2. And also a slow pit stop there, if so, given the relative time of the pit stops. So as the Indian Motorsport driver decided to play it safe for the final 2 stints, or was there an issue in the pit lane? That is something which we can't tell you the answer of. We'll have to wait and see how it folds out in practice, and perhaps we'll find out in a post-round interview. But as he makes his way on through the Schumacher Crest, he's behind Travis Wallace, and Wallace here, well, having a very early second stop, may have made the jump as he comes on through the left into right hand, and we'll try and get the perspective of from the pit wall from Tiki Sport from our driver manager, of course, of Greg Zenhi, and we'll find out whether we can get a patch through to him very shortly. In fact, I am just going to see if he is available. But as our drivers power the way on down, we see Travis Wallace continue to hold on to the P2 position as he makes his way towards what is, of course, there, excuse me, the turn 13 and onto the Nordschleife Loop, but powering his way on around and up the hill he goes, and down into the descent of the Spin-Schmidt curve, where it definitely has been a crazy set of moments in the run on the end of lap number 6. And now as we make our way into another stint of this race, we'll have to see how it's all going to unfold as time presses on. But Mark Davison, meanwhile, chasing after another Empire Motorsport B machine, albeit this is not the one for position. They had an altercation with only moments to go. Instead, it's the other one in the pro class of what is Nathan Scott. And as he comes on through the left into right here onto Nordschleife Loop, the thing here for Davison is he'll want to keep it calm and keep it cool. Meanwhile, I can see some additional words with regards to what's happening to some drivers out of the circuit, and well, we do have what is a 40-second stop and go penalty for what is Cy Anthony in the pit lane for speeding in the pits on entry on his previous pit stop. So that's why Cy Anthony now is all the way down in P13. Overall was P7 in the elite class, but meanwhile Davison here continues to try to chase after Nathan Scott and trying to make more ground as he pounds his way up towards Flunback's corner. But here I think it's all going to be about waiting as we jump on board with Davison. Let's see if he can find a way to encroach the move as he comes onto the run up towards Arenberg corner. Powering his way all the way out through the gearbox here. Of course, it's an opportunity if you can't find the move to try and save a couple of points of literage in the fuel tank. But of course, he wants to make the move as soon as he can through the left-hand kick. The car lifts there, and Davison really bold. That is scary. I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, that has made my spine chill. I don't know about you. The fact fully committed there, and well, the one thing you never do is look for a move going through the run of the long left-hander of Schredenkreuz into Arenberg. But for Mark Davidson, he's thrown all tradition and norm out the window. The car sliding as he cleared the apex with the dirty Nathan Scott's car to upset the aero balance, but Davidson absolutely on the cross there with regards to manoeuvring as he makes well for now Foss. He is pushing so hard as Davidson. He wants to go hunting after Edos. He wants places back. He does not want to be outside the top 5. He feels there's a podium here today, and well, you can understand entirely why, as he's had his second stop. It didn't cost him too much in terms of the contact in the end with Nathan Foster in the relative scheme of things, as he makes his way from Metzgersfeld and into Kallenhall corner. A little bit of a wobble there on corner entries cost him as he makes way around. The gap opens up to 8 tenths once again, but charging on down the hill and into dry flat Rex. Well, for Davison, it's about calming down, consolidating and regrouping. He's got a long way to go on this lap, but making his way on through and down towards their siphon hairpin. Now it'll be on the brakes very shortly, and well, meanwhile, as I drive power on around, we do have an opportunity to catch up with race control from what is Tiki Simsport, and that is, of course, the team manager of Greg Zenhi. And in fact, we will get the patch through to him from the pit wall, and in fact, as we speak to him now, Greg, are you there?
Hey, Paul, I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing?
Doing good, thank you, Greg. But for yourself, it does look like it's mixed fortunes out there today for the Tiki Simsport boys. How are you all feeling down the paddock at the moment?
We're a nervous wreck down here. We've been watching Xander, who has been in between a bunch of cars. Before he was between Thomas and Brandon, and then it was Mark, and he was going back and forth. He's having an excellent drive, really. Then we were watching John Edos, who was, I don't want to say fighting Peter Cox, because, you know, the two are so close in skill that they really respect each other out there. But of course, you know, we talked to John last week about fuel saving, and Peter got him twice in the pit this race, so you can imagine what the meeting is going to be like after today.
Oh goodness me, well, it seems to be the same old issues keep reoccurring, and well, coming back to Alex Hill, a bit of a near miss with Brandon Hay earlier. Now Brandon Hay falling off circuit. With Hill in P4 in the elite class here, is it looking as though it's just going to be carbon composed to the end, because he's a bit lonely on circuit, and Travis Wallace just ahead of him?
Yes, I hope so. Xander's been putting in just really good laps. He has been driving smart from what we've been watching. And Travis, we're not sure how he got ahead of, I don't want to butcher his name, but Håkon, because he was in the pits for an extra like 40 seconds or so at the end of last lap, so we're not sure how he got around him. Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's fair play. And meanwhile, in the AM class, of course, you've got John Doble making his way on around there for the Kimi outfit, and he's got some pressure burning from James Conley and Cruz and Sani behind. He's got quite the traffic jam of AM peers behind him.
Yes, he was taking it easy at first because he was close with Satander, but John let him go because it got a little sketchy at some point. John was like, you know what, I'm just going to let you go. I'm going to do my own thing. So now I'm hoping that he's able to defend against James and Marvin, who's catching both of them.
And in terms of how you expect this race to now play out, of course, we've seen our second pit stops from most drivers. Are you guys banking on a free stop, or is this going to be a long final stint to the end?
I think it's going to depend on the driver. A lot of them just pit, and I don't know entirely how close it's going to get. Ooh, John almost just had an incident. But yeah, we'll see who's good at fuel saving and who isn't.
We'll have to wait and see. But with that, Greg and John almost having a bit of a near miss their first siphon. We'll leave you to it. Good luck to the team and the drivers for the remainder of the race.
Great, thank you very much, Paul.
So hearing there from Greg Zenhi, team principal and manager at Tiki Simsport, and as we see John Doble there, all out of sorts, coming out of what's their siphon across the bridge and in to X-Muller curve. Interesting faults there. Matenti with the progress of Travis Wallace, who seems to have come out of left field and defied the expectations of the team on strategy. Albeit Heckenstein has found his way back past, but John Doble there making a return on Marvin Cruz. In fact, we continue to see Doble having middling fortunes, and well, meanwhile, for Marvin Cruz now, he's fallen victim to the corner there as he comes on up the hill, and Steinar Sani coming on through. Well, we seem to have just left our team principal at TTC at the right time, because it's all kicking off once again, and charging up the hill they go, and Cruz definitely having a bit of a moment as well. Even Breivik's been involved in an incident as well that seemed to have to be towed to the pit, so it is all Doble will score for a good number of our tries, and well, further up the order on the Tottenham straight, this is Thomas Aspel looking for the move versus Davidson, and with Nathan Scott only 1 second up the road right now, the Racing Lab AM driver, his race is coming alive, and I think he will be trying to push on for a free stop. A good number of drivers may be looking for a final stop here in order to gain ground, because of the fact it's looking very close, and fuel saving is going to be critical if they want to avoid that third and final stop here today. That's how it makes the move there versus Davidson. That is a P8 overall, but more importantly for him, it now gives him a clear shot versus Nathan Scott in the run for P2 in the pro class, as the pair charge their way down towards the Yokohama S hairpin once again, or into the chicane, onto the brakes, and the gap between them stands at 1 second, but Nathan Scott is definitely under pressure as they come on through turns 1 and 2, and now march their way down onto the GP loop. But as they head on through, and meanwhile we look back to Marvin Cruz. Only moments ago it went wrong for Cruz. It also almost went very wrong for John Doble after a close battle with James Conley, and we take a look back at how the story all started. So they made their way all the way up towards what is Ehrenberg corner here, I do believe. So a bit of a disappearance there for Doble, then a reappeared as they headed into the left-hander, too wide under braking here, and will Doble in the end just getting Connie to back out. So nice manoeuvring there from Doble to defend, but Connie back up the inside into Ehrenberg corner. Doble went a little bit deep to cover him using the camber of the road, and Connie tucking in behind as they came down. And well, we're going to continue with this replay for a degree, because I think there's quite the story to this one as they made the way all the way up into towards Arnold Force. Now, did Connie take a peek into the compression? No, he thought about it, but he didn't open the door up there, and so Doble just staying clear. But Connie taking another look round the outside to inside, Doble not falling for it, and then a little bit later on, this is where Connie did make the move. It was coming through drive regs, and Doble ahead, I think just a slow run. An interesting one. Oh, goodness me, and Connie really going for it there. Well, Doble able to pull run off the corner, and Connie saying, right, it's now or never. And then John Doble being out of position, effectively. I think he might have been a little bit shell-shocked by the way that played out, and going into the bridge section. I think then Cruz and company behind just had a lot of momentum. There it was, Doble went a bit deep onto the bridge, had to defend on the inside here into X-Mueller, and around the outside went Cruz, and then Sani also looked for it, and Doble still having to be mindful. I think at this point, may just not had enough momentum. Starting Sani there in towards what was the run into Bergwerk, and coming in towards the braking zone. Doble, I think he just goes a little bit too deep under brake, and the car catches him out. Okay, he does extend the bit, and then it was Cruz getting it wrong, and that's how it all ended up between them. As we return to live pictures here, we see Marvin Cruz making his way down the Dottenham straight, and we do say hello there to Stagel Living, and who says never going to race at this track again. Great broadcast as always, and thank you for the feedback there, Mr. Living. And I do believe that maybe Simon Andre Livingston giving us a message there, of course retiring early on in this race due to an incident, and well, unfortunate, but meanwhile making his way up the order here on a quick as possible charge as he can, past James Rankin around the outside there into Vidal with half an hour still remaining. Brandon Hay, but he almost loses the car into turn 13. Well, Brandon Hay there like a missile, but he definitely wants to keep his guidance on right now in terms of keeping on the straight and narrow, because otherwise he may find himself pointing the wrong way and missing the target of coming home inside the top 5 completely in the pro class. But he's definitely got top 5 pace here, and right now he is chomping between the bit in order to try and get the job done, albeit he's got a way to go yet, and now he just needs to calm it down. But he'll be mindful of that indeed. The team will be telling him, look, you've got a lot of pace in the car, don't overdo it, as he makes his way up towards full flat shortly. And whilst he heads on through, meanwhile we have had a couple of other changes in the field, including Darren Sharples, who's made quite a bit of ground recently, albeit I believe Sharples is down in P35 but pushing on a lap, in fact 2 laps down on our leaders currently, but Sharples in P14 in the pro class and still carrying on. There's a few drivers who are a lap down and out of sequence on the field, but all trying to do everything they can to stay in the hunt. Meanwhile, Ollie Pimley there very deep into Ardnow Force. Now what on earth has happened to the Simon Esports Black driver? Well, it does look as though just making a complete ham sandwich out the corner. Behind him's Nathan Foster inside Anthony, and well, Foster here finds himself in a sandwich as they make the way down to the braking zone, as and heading in towards Metzgertsfeld and now up towards Callenhard. The Empire Motorsport B driver will be mindful of the fact that Cy Anthony, well, in the Simplet colours, albeit racing as a privateer for this season. On to the race, they're going to the right-hander, and Anthony trying to find his way on around. Nathan Foster here just keeping calm and carrying on, and all the way through. And we have had further confirmation from Greg Zenhi in the YouTube chat that there has been a speeding penalty, so what is essentially a time penalty, a stop and go penalty for, well, it's a hold penalty, not a stop and go, for what is both Saint-Anthony and Håkon at Grebstad, and that explains why Grebstad, as we were a bit confused about that when we were speaking to Grebstad here earlier on, in the fact we see flashing lights there, and Nathan Foster trying to look for his way around. I think Saint-Anthony just flashes lights to try and get in the head of the by most will be driver, but Foster carries it on and through, and we'll just to finish off our previous sentence, that explains why Grebstad came out near Travis Wallace rather than ahead of him. It was for speeding in the pit lane on entry, but meanwhile looking from the battle here, back to the growing battle between Nathan Scott and Mark Davison as they head up towards what is here the left-hander of mid-curve, and well, the pro ahead of the elite still, the two Porsche drivers. So Aspal only 1 second up the road, and Aspal in fact has made his way past the pair of them. It should be said he's gained the ground, and we'll take a look back very shortly as to how the move was made, and we have a replay just now. Well, this was in the run up towards Metzgertsfeld, I think, and Aspal having the better run out loud now forced, and well, it was for Scott to defend. Scott did everything he could, but Aspal just going round the outside, and you do not normally see that, but Aspal getting it done, and the race lab and driver just absolutely pushing on. His next target for the win in the pro class will be Peter Cox, and the gap between them 6 seconds, and it's going one way, and it is going the way of Aspal currently, as we continue to look at Nathan Scott on the live here, being chased by Mark Davidson. As they make the way onto the downhill run now, the long descent that begins. Meanwhile, just behind them, we still do have that battle between Pimley, Saint-Anthony and Nathan Foster, and in fact, we have had Saint-Anthony find his way past Nathan Foster. It's happened off camera, but thankfully we can give you a very quick replay of that. But before we do, we take a look back to Nathan Scott and Mark Davidson, as Davidson looking at the inside, and that is in the run through Whipperman, and Nathan Scott, I think, deciding to let it go. It's not worth fighting anymore as they head into a Brunson corner, and now the Empire Motorsport B driver can just focus on his race, although I think the glimpse of Thomas Aspal in the distance will gradually fade away as more and more time continues to fade into this race. But meanwhile, we look from them back to the battle between Pimley, Anthony and Foster, and this is how Saint-Anthony only moments ago made the move versus Nathan Foster for what is P13 overall, but P7 in the elite class. Coming on through and up the hill there towards mid-curve corner, and Foster went defensive before, in fact out mid-curve and into the right-hand king for the steel striker corner, and Saint-Anthony getting it done, and Foster having to be a bit compliant in order to let the move happen. It could have just been on the line, but Anthony being given the opportunity and making it count when it mattered. But as we head back to our live pictures, here we can see Pimley and Anthony now breaking away, and look who's coming up behind now. It's Tony Hobbs, the privateer in the number 5. And absolutely pushing here is Tony Hobbs as he heads all the way up towards what is at Flensgarden Spire, and the number 5 privateer, I think, feeling as though there's another opportunity to make a move. Meanwhile, it's going to be too wide. There's Pimley having a full run. Foster's going to look around the outside. It's too wide into the corner, and he gets it done there on the outside. Goodness me, these guys are brave as they head on through and out towards the corner carousel. And Nathan Foster coming back there. He finds himself back inside the sandwich. Oh, but what is there? Anthony and Pimley, albeit the toppings have been reversed, or the 2 slices of bread have been reversed, if you think of the metaphorical sandwich, and coming on through at Gallencop and onto the Dotanoa Straight. Now down and around they go, and Tony Hobbs, meanwhile, behind, will just sitting there and waiting. He'll want to pounce, and he'll want to do it on the straightaway, which is where he'll gain. His first target is a class target. It's Ollie Pimley for P5 in class, and Pimley, one of the biggest gainers overall today, and just keeping it smart as they make the way down towards the final couple of corners. But with this extended straight, we're hearing that Wallace is into the pit lane. Travis Wallace is in for his final pit stop of the day, and Hobbs here looking around the outside, of course, now with the overspeed, but he's had to pull out the toe, and this is where Pimley will continue to gain the toe of Foster, and Hobbs losing out as he comes through the Bilstein kink and in towards the breaking zone of Tiergarten and Håkon. And I think for Hobbs, he's now got to look for the run on the GP loop, as meanwhile fastest lap in the AM class has just been set by Daniel Payes in 18.472. Payes is absolutely flying up front. I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop him today. Meanwhile, Hobbs into the pit lane, decides to go early for his final stop, so this is going to be a free stopper for the majority of the field, and with that in mind, well, now it is Hobbs who comes on in, and behind him that is Nick Wren. Meanwhile, up at the very front of the field, Sam Congreve is your leader, and we can clarify that Sam Congreve is your leader through Grebstad's penalty in the pit lane for his second stop. And now for Congreve, if he doesn't make a mistake, this race is effectively his. He's running on average 3 seconds a lap slower than Grebstad, but the thing is, with the length of the lap around here, and with the fact we only have 21 minutes remaining, well, if we do the quick mathematics, there's 3 laps left in this race, and if it's a closure rate of 3, perhaps even 4 seconds at most, Congi will still have 2 to 3 seconds remaining come the checker flag to feel safe. So the Empire Motorsport A driver does not need to do anything fancy here. All he's got to do is survive the remainder of this race, and he will have this job done. It will be his first win of the day, and it'll be a new win in the elite class in terms of a new name on the top step for this season. But meanwhile, looking from him, it's having a bit of a lonely field again at the moment. We do take a look a bit further back, and we look to Frank Klein, who we haven't really talked about today, the TE SimSport Toa driver, and we're enjoying a very strong performance at the moment. P4 in the AM class, P24 overall, and as he makes his way on down the stretch and up towards what is the final couple of corners, the 33 driver here, well, keeping it cool, carrying on, and he is currently what is 8 seconds off of Matt Maddox, and in terms of the relative times, he is closing up to Maddox a few seconds a lap. Last lap, he took 8 seconds out of Maddox. On average, he is taking about 1 to 2 seconds a lap, so it does look as though Klein could be on course for a potential podium if he keeps up this momentum as he comes to the timeline. Last lap from Maddox, an 8:29.563. Klein, meanwhile, an 8:27.69. In fact, it's an 8:35.616, so our time tell there, a bit out of skew. But it's updated, so Klein, in fact, losing out on that lap, so it may be just survival instincts for P4 here, but either way, looking at one of his season best performances. We're coming on out of the first 2 corners and then further on to the GP loop. Other drivers we haven't really talked about recently or much today. Here's Joe Pinder for Ignium Motorsport in the 22 car, and that early incident, of course, at what was their siphon hairpin, where he came into contact with the wayward car of Carl McGurk, and now the number 22 from the United Kingdom just looking to carry all the way through. Currently P9 in the AM class, but again, we don't know what's going to happen to the very end. Anything can happen around here until that checker flag is reached, and all of our drivers will know that, and that's why you do not want to give up. You want to be there to the very end, because we could see anything happen between now. We've already seen unexpected speed pit. Oh goodness me, he made me jump my words there as he jumped the car in here, and Joe Pinder definitely becoming airborne. My good lord, as he brings himself back down to terra firma, and right now the Porsche driver, I think if his heart wasn't already in his mouth as he goes round there and into the braking zone, it's all gone wrong for the Ignium Motorsport driver, and well, after that near miss on the jump, a commentator's curse seems to have slightly hit him. I was about to say he'll be looking to avoid any more mistakes, and immediately one comes on through, but as we see Simon Hartley there cheering on Frank Klein in the YouTube chat, and indeed right now everybody's still pushing on for what's still left in this race, and another driver as well trying to do the same. TE SimSport Corp, Satinda Dinsa, as he makes way around in the number 10 Ferrari. Of course, an early incident cost him very dear. Still P10 in the AM class, and pushing on with Thomas Barjak, the last runner in the AM class. P11, a lap down, and also in the pit lane currently. There's still plenty for our drivers to think about what can be achieved. But meanwhile, we look from the back of the field to the very front of the field, and Sam Congreve on his 9th lap of racing at this time. The Empire Motorsport A driver, the gap between him and Håkon Grebstad is coming down, but it's coming down only a couple of seconds a lap, and that for him will put him in a comfort zone 9. All he needs to do is keep to his race strategy. But as he heads on round, meanwhile, oh goodness me, Sight Anthony pointing the wrong way, and what exactly has happened there? That's on the run through Trifect Rex, so it's very rare to see a driver pointing the wrong way. Normally a driver glides into the barrier and carries on, but we do have an opportunity to take a look at a replay which has come on through, and in fact he's had to be towed to the pit, so he's going to go a lap down, and this is what happened to Sight Anthony. Well, bounced off the curb there, bounced off the apex curb on the entrance Trifect Rex, and that's what sent the car around in the end, just colliding with the wall, and it knocked it all the way 180 degrees to point in the wrong direction. Flashing lights there from Ollie Pimley coming on through. And it went very wrong for what is Sight Anthony. And also I do believe we've just had an incident for Frank Klein, and here's what happened to the TE SimSport driver. So this was in the run, coming into what is there. I do believe that's the opening sequence of corners. In fact, we can confirm that was into a Hatson back corner, and well, just a tap to the wall and the rear kicking on round, but he's been able to get things back up to speed. But return to the live pictures here, ladies and gentlemen. We do look from Sight Anthony parked up in the pit lane to Brandon Hay, who continues to charge on, albeit he's recently had a small off track, and that's knocked a bit of momentum, and he has got Tony Hobbs chasing after him, but Brandon Hay the fastest of everybody out on the circuit. If you exclude Sam Congreve and Håkon Grebstad, your two leaders, Brandon Hay is the 3rd fastest driver out there, albeit he may be the 3rd fastest, but he's 16th in terms of position placement overall. 8th in the pro class and out of sequence currently. Heading all the way up the hill and now in towards Mutkerville. Gradually go. Hobbs is inching closer and closer all the way. They charge and sight Anti there in the YouTube chat saying it's all over, ran out of talent. Well, indeed, that's what drivers do say every so often when they make a mistake of their own volition, that they've run out of their own talent in terms of it's just got away from them. But a different one for Sight Anti in his debut after running for so long up front. But I'm sure we'll see plenty more from Sight later on in the season. But as Brandon Hay here under pressure from Hobbs, we jump on board at the rear of the 96 BMW. And well, these two, the Titans in the pro class, finding themselves out of position. Titans here today in terms of their track time and the lap times that will come with it. And well, Hobbs will know he can't really look for an opportunity. In fact, he's going to go for it. Hobbs goes all in, and Hay just lets it go as he goes high into the carousel. And I think for Brandon Hay, he might have thought about, okay, it may be worth just letting this driver through, for the simple reason Hobbs is in a bit of a world of his own when he does get himself up to speed. But either way, that is Tony Hobbs up to P8, and not an expected overtake, but it's happened. P8 in the pro class, it is for Tony Hobbs. But as they make their way now down the hill, they make their descent once again. Meanwhile, further afield, things have gone a bit quiet around the order, and indeed, we haven't got any close battles occurring at this time. We are in the little bit of the lull, the calm before the storm in the final 15 minutes. But Sam Congreve into the pit lane here, the Empire Motorsport A driver, knowing all he needs to do is have a simple stop. Meanwhile, Håkon Grebstad, well, Grebstad is going to make one more pit stop. We'll see it here. In fact, he does come on in. So it's 16.5 seconds when they enter the pit. What's it going to be when they come out? And of course, Grebstad will not want to be bitten twice by the pit lane entry in terms of speeding in the pit lane. And meanwhile, it's going to be Sam Congreve who gets ready to go very shortly. The car currently being serviced. We've got a long way back to Alex Hill. He's 52 seconds off the leaders. That shows you the pace that Congreve and Grebstad have been putting in time and time again. And Congreve does finally leave his pit box. He gets up to speed and, well, he makes his way away. 14.02 second stationary time stop. He's not going to busy himself too much. He just wants a nice calm run out the pit lane. Håkon Grebstad, meanwhile, as we hear that Paul Robson's had to be towed to the pit lane for an instant. Grebstad leaves the pit lane. What's the gap as he exits? It's increased slightly. In fact, it has come down by a whole second with Grebstad, 12.78 seconds, so he has gained 1.3 seconds in the pit lane, and now it's for Grebstad to go on the hunt as much as he can, but with the fact that in the time they've got remaining, this will translate into 3 more laps, including the one they're on. It's Sam Congreve's to lose here today at the Nürburgring. All he needs to do is keep the car in circuit and not take too much pace out of the car. For Håkon Grebstad, meanwhile, now every lap has to be a qualifying lap, and has he got it in the car? And of course, as we jump on board with the Porsche 911 driver for a brief while, this is where it becomes the equinox point of the race for him. So he has to make a decision. Does he just simply go for the P2 and know that second place will keep him ahead in the championship and keep him in the lead, or does he risk it all for the win to give himself a couple more points advantage for later on in the season? But no, running at such a high tempo this late on in the race, and he'll have done all the practice, he will have done all of the testing, he'll most likely have run double the race distance in practice in order to be able to give the stamina levels high. But one mistake, if he goes 100% on every lap remaining, could be the difference between P2 and also the wall and ending this race prematurely. But this is where now it'll be the test of what he can deliver. But as he heads on round, meanwhile, Peter Cox has made his way out the pit lane and will on to his final stint. Nathan Scott right behind. So this is where the class battles for the win starts to heat up, and Nathan Scott is there, 6.5 attempts as they make the way through. Where's the right hander of the hairpin at Dunlop Kura? But coming up the hill they go, charging all the way through and in towards where's the next braking zone. Well, for Nathan Scott now, head down and carry on as much as he possibly can onto the brakes and into left, into right. And the 13 car here, he'll know it's not this lap that matters, it's the ones that follows. He'll want to just maintain the gap for this one. Let's start to get into the head of Peter Cox as the looming threat. Of course, they do have John Eddowes just 2.5 seconds up the road, and Eddowes ran on similar pace to them. So if Peter Cox can close up to Eddowes, he may be able to use that as a double-edged sword for the pair. The fact that he can clear Eddowes and Scott cannot, then it will be for Peter Cox to be able to break away. Conversely, if Cox catches up to Eddowes too soon and Nathan Scott stays with him, they could find that Eddowes will enable Scott to have an opportunity to make the move for the class win. And that's when now for Nathan Scott, It's all about push, push, push here to the very end of this lap, and then look for the move on the next one. He just wants to be there, looming ever intensity as they make the way on down and around and onto the opening portion of Nordschleife Loop. We jump on board here with the Empire Motorsport B Porsche, and you can see how much he's closing. The flow seems to be going with the car. Meanwhile, for Peter Cox, half a second, but of course the BMW, a very different car compared to the Porsche. It doesn't have the manoeuvrability in terms of medium to low speed apex rotation. What it does have is straight line speed, and also it does have a lot of curb stability, which can be exploited, particularly in the second portion of the Nordschleife Loop once they made the way out of Nürburgring. They're heading out towards Flugplatz here. Of course, this is where we'll start to see the attitude of the two cars change. As for Scott now, he'll start to lose out a little bit on the straights by comparison with Peter Cox, albeit it does depend on how much rear wing both drivers are running, and that will have a deciding factor on their relative top speed. But you can see the Porsche losing little by little. 7 tenths now is the gap, but into the left hand they go, and getting ready to break into Ehrenberg corner. And as they head on to the anchors, well, it's now 8 tenths there, and they descend on the straight once again. The gap will continue to breathe more life into the lead that Peter Cox has had, but Scott will be looking forward to the final portion of the loop when they start to make the way in the downhill descent from the Eifel Mountains, and that's where he can close it up once more and be in the tow on the Dottenhauer. But meanwhile, as we look from them to where's the battle here coming out of the pits, that's Frank Klein side by side with James Conley. Conley has taken his third stop, Klein's just finished his third stop, and Conley jumps ahead, so it's a pit stop gain there for James Conley right towards the end of this race. Klein will now go hunting, albeit the the Tiki Sport driver will know he's got to try and close the gap of 2 seconds initially and get some tyre temperature up in the car as he makes his way through turn 3 into 4. But as he comes on down, we also do have Steinar Sani there, so it could be a three-way fight for P4, the last spot in the run in towards the podium, before you are on the podium steps, albeit in fact Matt Maddox is what is their grand total of 40 seconds up the road, so Maddox will not be in this battle because he has already had his third stop of the day. So it does look as though the AM podium has been settled, barring any late mistakes, for instance, for Daniel Pace, Mark Johnson and Matt Maddox, and that'll be the fight for P4 between Conley, Klein and Sani to the end of this race, with John Doe P7 a little bit further back by what is a margin of 18 seconds. So that's one battle we also do need to watch out for. And in terms of any other battles, well, if we do see some materials, we will let you know, but those do seem to be the flashpoints. The battle for P4 in the AM class, the battle for the win in the Pro class, and whether Håkon Grebstad can overhaul a 15-second gap in order to try and fight for the win in the Elite class right at the end versus Sam Congreve. But as we do look to Daniel Pace, indeed I can see there Daz Sharples cheering on the number 8 driver, the old dudes in cars driver here. A bit of a lonely lead at the moment, P10 overall. In fact, we do show you those overall standings for a brief moment, and this is how the top 35 of the field panders out. And what you can see there, we do only have at this time what is a grand total, of I believe it is 29 drivers still running in this race, and otherwise everybody else at the moment has retired from our starting field of 45. We're down to 29. It has definitely been a race of attrition. We always expected that here in our first feature race of the season, given the circuit. Indeed, this circuit is the ultimate test of what is a driver endurance and also car endurance in a way, albeit Le Mans arguably is more of a test of car reliability, but this is the circuit that definitely puts drivers through their paces, and Pace here in a very comfortable top 10 at the moment, and running away with things with an advantage over his closest rivals. We look back to the class standings there, his closest rival Mark Johnson, which is 1.5 minutes, and Pace just not putting anything wrong. But meanwhile, we can see that Frank Klein has been passed there by Steinar Sani coming out of the run out towards Ehrenberg via the left hand of what was that, Schredenkreuz. In fact, the move was being done out of Cottonborn, and I wonder there if there was a mistake from Frank Klein coming out of Flugplatz, and that's given Sani the opportunity. Sani's moved up into P5, and now as they head down in towards the compression before Ardnau Force, it does look as though Klein just trying to stay in the toe. And I wonder if also perhaps he's been told, let Sani go and let him pull you up to James Conley, because right now Sani is absolutely ripping and tearing his way around the circuit. Indeed, the man seems to be possessed to deliver the ultimate lap time here as they make their way through Ardnau Force, albeit both drivers are going a little bit deep, just about making their braking points as they now head up towards Metzgertsfeld. As they press on after this man, James Conley will now know it's Sani who's chasing after him. The gap has already come down to 2.5 seconds by the time he's gone into the aforementioned left-hander, and now coming up towards Callan Hard. We're on to race him shortly go, and Connie will be worrying, I think, about the fact he's going to be in a three-way fight for that P4 position. With Maddox 35 seconds up the road, Casper Brotner's just come into the pit lane as we are together. And Casper Brotner, in fact, is still running out there, so we do have 30 cars running on circuit. And also, I believe Satinda Dinsa is out there. So we do have a couple more cars than we previously collected in terms of our numerical. I think it's 32 cars that are still running, and we will try and get an update on that. But definitely at the moment, a lot of cars are limping on around there and just trying to get to the end of the race. Indeed, credit to the drivers that they do. They'll gain some key points in their championship aspirations. But as we do look here from James Conley back up to Peter Cox, your pro leader, was they come towards the end of the lap, heading onto the Dottenhurst straight, making their way on down and around. Peter Cox here looking comfortable for the lead, and the UK Sim Racing Moss driver chasing after John Eddowes, but he's got a 1.3 second gap. And meanwhile, as they head on down, and no closure between them, and Cox in fact gained. Sam Congreve has gone into the final lap of the race. We said it was 3 laps around, in fact it was 2. Not doing the right mental maths, with only 6 minutes left on the clock. If that, it is now for Sam Congreve to try and bring this on home, and with a 13-second advantage on that last lap. Grebstad took 3 seconds out of his advantage. Sam Congreve does not need to do anything fancy. He just needs to get the car home. He's got a couple of cars that are a lap down ahead of him. In fact, he's only got one that's close within 6 seconds. That's Casper Rotner. The next one in the form of Satinda Dinsa is a whole minute up the road. I think Congreve will feel comfortable. But meanwhile, Matt Strand has been involved in a bit of an incident. He's dropped down to P9 in the pro class, and that's happened off camera. But thankfully, we do have a replay, and we can see what exactly happened to Matt Strand. Coming on down now, I believe, heading on towards Brunschen corner. The rear is going to let go, and indeed, just before Brunschen, the car goes on around, but he manages to stop it before it slides to the grass and the barrier. So for Strand, it's just a little bit of a wound on the tyres, and in the end, a small graze to the wall that will crumple a bit of the front bumper and the wheel housing on the front right, but not too much, I think, to knock the wheels out. Reliant, he'll carry on to the very end. But meanwhile, we return to your live pictures, and what we can see here, Congreve just carrying on smoothly through his Schmidt curve. Now the North Schleife loop for the final time to complete his race if he can keep it on the straight and narrow. But meanwhile, as he heads on through, we look a little bit further back to Peter Cox versus Nathan Scott, and we'll know a change between them as they head up towards the Schumacher S. The gap is still 1.4 seconds, and I think Cox just does slightly have an edge here, and this will be absolutely critical in his battle in the championship versus Nathan Scott, given the fact it was only a point between them going into tonight. With Nathan Scott leading, it will swing the other way. We're not quite sure on who holds the fastest lap in class at the moment. We will try to identify that. I believe, in fact, it may be what is Tony Hobbs, who holds the fastest lap when 8:13.12. Cox, in fact, fastest lap is almost 3 seconds slower, so Cox will only gain 2 points on Nathan Scott, but that will then put him a point ahead of Scott going into the season break if things finish as they currently stand. So it's going to be close between them. Meanwhile, further back on a mission to try and come through a bit further, Tony Hobbs is still 10 seconds off of David Lawson, and on his previous lap versus David Lawson, he did strip a hole what was in the end, I believe, at 4 seconds relative, so he's not going to be able to go for P4 unless Larson makes a mistake. So for Hobbs, P5 will be the furthest he can go today, albeit he's chased after Nathan Foster in the elite class as they come on down. But as our drivers continue to push on towards the end of the lap, it definitely has been a long race. It has been a test of stamina and endurance, and I think they'll all be grateful they are on that final lap. Of course, some drivers, including Stein or Sandy, will be hoping they've got more time, and they will, of course, given the fact they're only heading towards the final lap. They're not on it yet. He's chasing after James Conley for what is the final spot off the podium in the AM class in the hunt for P4, as he's definitely in the tow there. Versus Conley, Frank Klein's been involved in an instant, meanwhile heading out of what is the Kleiner carousel in to Gallenkopf corner from what we're hearing. And as we continue to see Sandy powering down, Davis is into the pits. That is Ryan Davis, who's coming in from P9 in the elite class, so he's going to lose a few more overall positions, but I think that's to get the car to the end. I think he just needs a quick splash and dash of fuel, but Sandy closer and closer as he goes. And meanwhile, we jump aboard the gearbox here of the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo of James Conley. Of course, this car being superseded this year in GT3 class racing by the new Ferrari 296, going from 8 cylinders on the turbo to 6 cylinders on the turbo. And right now, the 46 driver carrying on all the way through as he makes his way onto the final lap in the battle for P4 in the AM class. And will Sandy there 4 attempts behind and getting closer and closer, but I think he's too far to make the move into the braking zone this time. He'll be thinking about it, of course, in the run over the course of the GP lap. He'll want to get the move done before they head onto the Nordschleife loop, because then it becomes a bit more straightforward. He can try and put in his ultimate lap time advantage in order to be able to try and break away before they get to the Dottenhurst straight. Of course, then they'll be clearing the best part of what will be approximately about 8 to 9 miles in order to have that opportunity to do so. But as Connie comes on through the right hand there, just keeping it compact, keeping it composed. He doesn't need to make any mistakes here. Once he clears turn 13, so long as he keeps it nice into the spin split curve, he'll essentially be able to dominate the racing line and dictate the flow over the loop and see if he can get Sani to get too close to make an error. But as they made the way the tunnel current hairpin, Sani there, but just not close enough to be able to try and make an advantage or a play for where's that P4 position. They're heading on through the Schumacher crest and up towards the next braking zone. Meanwhile, we look to Peter Cox versus what is there. I do believe Nathan Scott's still close behind, and the gap coming down to under a second again, but it is very nip and tuck between them in terms of the fact that one moment the gap goes up to 1.5 seconds and then it builds back on in. But Cox here having a really poor run out of Exmuller corner, and now the gap's down to half a second. Surely he's not having to siphon fuel in the car, because he's just lost a whole second, and meanwhile Nathan Scott behind, under braking here. It's now an uphill run, so if he is low on fuel, we will see it here for definite in the fact that BMW should blast out the corner by comparison with the Porsche once they get to 4th and 5th gear. But I think Nathan Scott here could have an opportunity right at the end, as we are only 10 seconds from time on this race, which will mean we will complete the race next time Sam Congreve, alternatively whoever the race leader is, to the line. Let's not say he's won it until it's over, but as they make their way up the hill, Peter Cox definitely looking vulnerable, and I think he may right now be having to save a little bit of fuel towards the end as he heads on through the left-hand of Mutz curve and up towards the Stillstrecker corner. Onto the brakes he'll go very shortly, and well, can he keep Scott at bay given the fact on that straight, the Dottenhurst straight, it will be all about how close the Porsche can get to absolutely utilise the tow. But meanwhile, we look from them to your overall race leader and your elite class leader of Empire Motorsport A, Sam Congreve in the number 9, and well, he's cleared the majority of the lap here. He hasn't got much more to go, and right now he'll be thinking to himself, don't do anything silly, it's almost there, it's almost within your grasp, as he comes charging on through. And well, how long has it been, ladies and gentlemen, since we have seen the number 9 from Empire Motorsport A, previously SimRacing on the top step? It has been a long time indeed. I think you have to look back to what is season 8 or season 7 if my memory serves me correctly, back between the rival between himself and Cy Anthony. But going through the kind of carousel here, he's not got long left in this race. Meanwhile, we look back to Scott versus Cox here as they make the way down through Whipperman very shortly, and well, Scott's still there. Peter Cox goes a little bit deep. That's going to give Scott a little bit more confidence as he comes on around. Meanwhile, James Conley, he's under pressure from Steinar Sani coming on down and through odds now forced at the moment. So this battle is still raging on. There's no question about it as they come on around, but as they head up towards what will be the next set of corners, he's looking comfortable as he heads up towards the braking zone. But meanwhile, we look from them to Sam Congreve, and right now heading on down, he's only got one section of the straight left to go, and then it's going to be 2 major corners. And well, I can tell you one thing, we've had 3 winners in the elite class so far. Jacko Taylor in round number 1, Philip Schwerker in round number 2, and what was last time out, Jonathan Hitchen in round number 3. But as he comes out the final 2 corners, there's been a drought of wins for the Czech flag beckons, and for Sam Congreve, he becomes winner 4 of 4 as he comes to line, your overall winner and elite class winner for Empire Motorsport A. And behind him, 15 seconds back, and will take it the fastest lap of the race at the end for Sam Congreve. Can Grebstad respond? We comes to the timeline, and the Indian Motorsport driver will finish P2. Now, it's still a huge amount of points in this championship campaign. Is it the fastest lap? Well, it's equal. It's not quite enough, however, and Travis Wallace will shortly come on through to make it P3 for Tiki Sport Tyre. And Grigson, he earlier on saying they don't know how he got there, but they found out in the end it was through a change of strategy, and well, he's made it onto the podium. And for Travis Wallace, he rounds off the elite and overall podium in the 51 car in an absolutely determined drive to success. And then very shortly it will be Alex Hill. Well, I say very shortly, he is half a minute back at the moment, but still he's got Gennardo's closing. And I don't think the Tiki SimSport crew are going to quite believe it. They'll be P3 through to P5 inside the top 5 of the elite class. And keeping in mind that Edo's started, of course, all the way back outside the top 10. He's gained a lot of place along the way. And now Hill will come to line P4 for Tiki SimSport. And then it will be John Edo's there as they make the way across the timeline together. And then to the line, Peter Cox will hold off Nathan Scott. Scott did not quite have enough. Peter Cox will take your pro win. And with it, P6 overall. Nathan Scott P7, and it means the lead of the championship will swing the other way. Mark Davidson finishes P6 in the elite class, P8 overall, ahead of Thomas Aspau, and then Daniel Pays comes to line. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in the old dudes in cars outfit. The AM driver has been absolutely unstoppable in the AM class and takes the fastest lap at the end, presuming nobody else sets one faster. P10 overall for the number 8 driver, ahead of David Larson, who takes the best rest, P11, P4 in the pro class, ahead of Nathan Foster, P7 elite, P12 overall, and then Tony Hobbs. It has been a difficult race for him, but he fought back to finish inside the top 5 in the pro class. 9, it wasn't quite the way he wanted it to be, but he will take P5 there ahead of Ollie Bimley, P13, P14 overall for the pair, and then it'll be Nick Wren, who in the end misses out on the elite podium, but he brings it on home to P18 elite class, P15. And then it will be Rob Armstrong who makes his way through the last couple of corners. For him, he's our next finisher, and it will be P7 in the pro class, P16 overall. And for Armstrong, it has been a race of up and downs, but the UKSimRacing Hunt Drone, no, he's got through it, and he's got the key points he needs on the board. Brandon Hay will then finish just behind, and for him it was P8 in the pro class in the end, in what was a difficult end to proceedings after leading, but an instant cost him so ever dear, and I think he'll be kicking himself for that. But it was a P17 overall in the end for the BMW driver. Matt Strand will come to line at P9 in the pro class just behind Hay, and then it will be James Rankin who comes on home P10 in the class for CHR Motorsport as he heads to the timeline. We've still got more drives to come, and well, we've had all of our pros finish the race on the lead lap, those who are on the lead lap, as he Rankin heading across the timeline. He completes the pro top 10, and then next up it will be Mark Johnson, runner-up in the AM class here today. 1.5 minutes of Pays' time, but it will mean he takes the lead for the AM class into the mid-season break and sets a personal best right at the end, behind him by what is a grand total of 44 seconds, making his way down the Dottenham straight at the moment. It will then be Ryan Davies who will be taking P21 with Mark Johnson completing the overall top 20. Well, Davies just carrying on here as he heads on through, but meanwhile James Conley, I believe, has been involved in an instant. Oh, goodness me. And James Conley has gone around. Steinar Sanni's found his way on pass, but Conley tries to get the car turned. That is on the exit of Galton Kopf. He's just trying to get the car set to power onto the finish line. He wants to reach the checker flag, but meanwhile, he lets go through there. That is, I believe, I'm not quite sure who that is coming through in fact, but we do see Ryan Davies heading to the timeline as he crosses the line, and then it will be Matt Maddox who finishes the race, P3 in the AM class, P22 as he comes on through there to complete what has definitely been a bit of a lonely race, but a deserved podium, and 18 seconds behind him after having to fight his way back through the field. Steinar Sanni will finish just off the AM podium, P4 in class, P23 overall as he heads to the timeline. And definitely knowing that today it's not worked out, gone his way once again. He's still waiting for his first win of the season. Hopefully it'll come one day, he'll be thinking. And then James Conley here, well, he's making his way in P5. But meanwhile, as he heads on through to complete his race, we do have John Doble versus Frank Klein. That's building to a crescendo as they make their way down. Albeit the two Tiki SimSport drivers may be staying in formation. But meanwhile, James Conley, is he going to get to the timeline? I think he is, despite being crumpled at both ends. The privateer 46 Ferrari comes on home P5 in the AM class, P24 overall, and then we do wait to see John Doble ahead of Frank Klein to round off P5, P6, sorry, in fact P6, P7 we should say in the AM class there, P25, P26 overall the pair as they come across the timeline for the Tiki SimSport outfits respectively, and then Marvin Cruz will then be your next finisher, a further what is 1 minute and 6 seconds back as he powers his way on to the Dottenham straight. We've still got a way to go, ladies and gentlemen, but still with patience, and they've persevered, to be fair, so we should show them the same patience in kind as Marvin Cruz heads on down. And well, for Marvin Cruz, it started off very strong, found his way up the order quite rapidly to be battling for a top 5 finish, but there was a nasty moment midway through the race as he was heading down through Dry Fit Rex into the Seifel corner where the car just came unstuck and he had to take it for repair. But still, as he heads on down the Dottenham High, he'll know that he's going to be bringing home some points from today, and all those points will be valuable in his championship campaign. And well, for the Porsche driver, he's got through it all on his home circuit, and as he heads up towards the timeline right now, of course, Håkon to complete his race. Well, a lot of our drivers have already made the way in to the pit lane. Indeed, they've just gone around the GP loop and driven their way back into the pits. But Marvin Cruz heads to the timeline here, and well, it's shaking from side to side. He'll be pleased that he's made it to the end, and for some of them, that's what matters most, that they've got there under their own steam. He takes P27 overall, P8 in the AM class, and then Joe Pinder. Well, for the Indian Motorsport driver, he's still got a little bit of a journey remaining here. He's got the Kleiner Carousel to boot, and then he'll be on to Galmkopf and the Dottenham straight accordingly. Who else have we got out there on circuit? We do have Satinder Dinsa, who's out there at the moment. He's a minute down on Pinder as they head on around. But otherwise, those are our last 2 drivers who are on laps, indeed calling on down at the moment. And well, here is Dinsa as he's making his way very slowly on down, and I think the Tiki Supersport corporate driver's been involved in a bit of an incident with a wall. Car is limp and he's trying to make it home, but you can see that the car is definitely crabbing, as we like to refer to it, where the suspension or the wheels are not pointing in the right direction. He's having to hold the steering wheel at an angle to even get the car to point straight, and surely he's not going to fall foul on the final lap. He'll want to get it home, but he's got a very long journey to get there, ladies and gentlemen. But as he heads on down, meanwhile, Joe Pinder heading all the way on through as we say hello there to Damien Black in the YouTube chat, and that is Daniel Pays, who says thanks everyone, very happy indeed. A big uproar of applause there in the YouTube chat, and the support that's been for Daniel Pays throughout today is absolutely astonishing and brilliant. Pays in the end a dominant drive in the AM class, finished P10 overall. That is a huge achievement when you are technically the lowest class in the field, but no, not the lowest in terms of effort put in, there's no doubt about that, as Pinder comes to line here for Indian Motorsport in the 22, P9 in class, in the AM class, P28 overall. And then we are just waiting for our final finisher, ladies and gentlemen. Can he make it? Well, the car's in limp mode at the moment. It is going to be some time for Satinder Dinsa as the Tiki Supersport corporate driver graduates on through, but it's on the grass. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, and if he does tow to the pit, he will finish a lap down, but with the front bumper coming off the car there, I think he will still be safe for that P10, given that Thomas Barjot has finished 2 laps down, but Dinsa is still going to try and carry on. But meanwhile, Sava tries to put in their cool-down laps, including Mark Johnson, the UKSimRacing boss driver here. He's got enough fuel to do 1 more lap. I think he feels though right now he needs to cool down as he heads on through. And we can see there a little bit of annoyance from Håkon Grebstad in the YouTube chat saying, well, I can't repeat the exact words to start with, but goodness me, the speed limiter button and frustration then, because that penalty cost him what I think he would have felt, and I think we can all agree could have been an outright win. But in the end, that's when the small mistakes do, of course, creep on in. As we do see Johnson making his way up towards what is there still Strecker on his cooldown lap, albeit he's attacking the circuit a little bit at the moment. We look back to Satinder Dinsa, who makes his way through the Kleiner Carousel, and well, we all wish him on here, ladies and gentlemen. He's just got to limp home through a couple more corners and also one very long straight, and I think the Ferrari's got the fuel to get there. It's got the driver with the will to get there, but it has the wishbone of the car fallen apart. It's very hard to turn it right. He is still trying to get it on home as he makes his way on around, and of course all of our drivers absolutely encourage the utmost to get to the checkered flag rather than tow to the pits if they can, as he heads all the way on through. And down he goes here and up towards what is the final couple of corners. But as he powers on down at this point in time, we are just waiting on our final finisher in the form of Satinder Dinsa. As meanwhile, we have heard that Joe Pinder has made his way into the pit lane. And well, of course, we will have plenty of post-round interviews with our drivers to hear all their different perspectives because it has been absolutely phenomenal with regards to our drivers, and well, it has been a race to be remembered as we get ready for Dienster to make his way to the line. I've already got a number of drivers asking to receive interviews, including, I think we're going to be hearing from Travis Wallace today, and we look forward to hearing that, and well, we will get him in when we can. But as we continue to see our final driver here make his way on down, it's going to be slow, it's going to be gradual, and well, it has been a race today of 90 minutes plus a bit more here as the number 10 continues to limp, and I wonder if Rob Armstrong is going to try and give him a little bit of a push to the line. Well, I think in the end Armstrong decided just to make his way around, and Armstrong also on a cool down lap, much like Mark Johnson. The two UKSimRacing drivers opted to show they've got the fuel to go to the end of an extra lap, and well, both I think will be happy with their performances, particularly Mark Johnson, who have definitely kept his hopes alive. As we do see it, Dienster continue just a little bit further, and only what is 2 major corners remaining, ladies and gents, and he's limping there as he's only got now what is the right into left of, excuse me, the pair of Hornrain. Well, here he comes, little by little. The car's struggling for every right-hand turn. Indeed, with the state it's in, you can understand why. But the start-finish line awaits him. The finish line is there. And, well, finally, the number 10 is going to see the checker flag to round off our AM class in P10. It's been a long final lap, but he finally arrives at the Dienster P10. And what is P29 overall, the final finisher on the lead lap. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to take a look at our race results, subject to any stewards' inquiries. And as we can see here, after a grand total of 90 minutes of racing, it starts off with the overall, and we focus on our top 10 best of the rest, and also our podium finishers outside the top 10 in their classes. Sam Congreve taking the win for Empire Motorsport A by 15.2 seconds over Håkon Grebstad, the win overall and in elite class. And well, Grebstad, frustrated of course and missing the pit limiter, but at the same time knowing a P2 will go a long way, but once again denied the right to pick up his first win today. Instead, it's the first win of the season for Sam Congreve. 4 winners in 4 races in the elite class, and could Grebstad become the 5th winner in 5 races when we return. Travis Wallace to a P3 there for TQ SimSport Tire, round off the podium in an absolutely dedicated drive, and then Alex Hill at P4 for TQ SimSport ahead of TQ SimSport Kimmy's John Eddowes. P3 through to P5 for TQ SimSport, they'll be absolutely pleased with that. Peter Cox P6 there, your pro winner for UKSimRacing Moss, ahead of Empire Motorsport B's Nathan Scott, runner up in the pro class, just missing out in the end, and Mark Davison P8 there. And for UKSimRacing Hunt, separated Thomas Asphaug from his peers in the pro class, but round off the podium in the pro class, P9 overall for Racing Lab AM. P10 for Daniel Pays, the old dudes in cars drive, your AM class winner in an absolutely brilliant drive. And then best of the rest, David Larson for Symphony Esports White, P11. We now come on to the remainder of our podium finishers overall, and that'll be in the AM class, of course. And as we look further on down the order, Mark Johnson there, P20 overall, your AM second place finisher for UKSimRacing Moss, and then Matt Maddox, P22 for BDM Racing, round off the AM podium. And then in terms of drivers who finished a lap down, well, we can see versus Satinder Dienster, the final finisher on the lead lap, P29 for TQ SimSport Corpa, and then Eric Rosev, the first drive, P30, finishing a lap down. Finishing 2 laps down, Cy Anstey and Paul Robson, along with Casper Brotner and Thomas Barjuk. And then we did have the retirements of Oyvind Breivik, Darren Sharples, Austin William Campbell, Richard Jones, and we continue down that order's extensive. Joe Newman from Empire Motorsport A, Simon Andre Livingston, Jack Wynn, Martin Tillin, Billy Bob Ray, Carl McGurk, and Jonathan Hitchen. And well, Hitchen, of course, not able to make it to the grid due to technical issues with the car, but in the end 44 started the race, but it was only a grand total, as classified as finishers, 34 finishers. But as we look from the overall to the elite class standings now, we can see here Sam Congreve taking the win for Empire Motorsport A, and again that margin of 15.2 seconds behind the penalty that Grebstad had to take, and Travis Wallace finishing a further, what was in the end 22 seconds off, but indeed a top 3 that all pushed hard all the way from start to finish. And well, quite a surprise, there were 2 drivers taken for the podium for the first time this season in the form of Congreve and Wallace. Alex Hill P4 ahead of John Eddowes, with Mark Davison P6, and well, the battle between Davison and Nathan Foster went on for some time, but Davison found his way clear in the end. And then Nick Wren P8 there for TQ SimSport Corp with and a mistake midway through the race cost him a top 5, and Ryan Davis the same, finishing at P9 for TQ SimSport Kimmy. The privateer Cy Anstey with that retirement towards the end, 2 laps down, ruined what could have been a top 5 finish undoubtedly. And then Austin William Campbell, Joe Newman, Martin Tillin, Carl McGurk, and Jonathan Hitchen, all retirees from the race. And as we come onto the pro class, We can see here your winner of Peter Cox by in the end only a 10th for UKSimRacing Moss ahead of Nathan Scott for Empire Motorsport B, and it will mean that Peter Cox will be leading the championship by a single point when we return in 2 weeks' time. Thomas Asphaug, meanwhile, P3 there for Racing Lab AM, and only 7 seconds off of the top two come the very end, and continuing to make himself count in that championship contention. David Larson P4 for Civic Esports White, bringing it on home ahead of Tony Hobbs, and Hobbs of course the favourite with that P4 qualifying position, but in the end a major mistake in terms of contact between himself and Joe Newman costing him dear, and meaning he had to battle back to P5 ahead of Ollie Pinney for Civic Esports Black, and then Rob Armstrong finishing ahead of Brandon Hay for UKSimRacing Hunt, with the privateer Brandon Hay P8 ahead of Matt Stram, and the Racing Lab AM driver keeping clear of James Rankin, with the CHR Motorsport driver completing the top 10. Eric Rosa finishing a lap down at P11 there, the privateer on his debut, with CHR Motorsport's Paul Robson finishing 2 laps down, much like old dudes in cars Casper Brotner, and then we had the retirees of Oyvind Breivik, Darren Sharples, Richard Jones and Billy Bob Ray. We then come to the AM class, last but not least, and we can see here Daniel Pays, as in fact we do say Sam Congreve corrected us there in the elite class to say second podium, and I do apologise for that, Sam, you are correct. And Daniel Pays in the elite class, not in the elite class, in the AM class, taking out the win for old dudes in cars by a staggering almost 1 minute 40 over Mark Johnson for UKSimRacing Moss. With Pays needed to make a statement today, he's definitely made it. I think Johnson right now may be wondering, could Pays factor in towards the end of the season in terms of the championship hunt. Matt Maddox P3 there for BDM Racing, a stellar drive and a solid drive to P3, ahead of Steinar Sani, who fought for P4 for Racing Lab and won, finding his way past James Connie and John Doble and Frank Klein at the finish, and then Marvin Cruz, Joe Pinder and Satinder Dinsa completing our top 10 there and all finishing on the lead lap. Finishing 2 laps down as classified, Thomas Barjot, P11 the privateer, and we have the 2 retirees in the AM class, Simon Andre Livingston and Jack Wim. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our results, but it doesn't quite conclude our show for today. Because of course, we've seen all the racing from our drivers out of the circuit, the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke 24-hour, but what did our drivers have to think about it? Well, we'll hear all from them in terms of our interviews in approximately 12 to 15 minutes time, so don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss the post-round interviews. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews with our selection of drivers. And today we have drivers from the Elite and Pro classes, and we'll be starting off by hearing from our third place finisher overall. Heron started towards the bottom end of the overall top 10, but fights his way through in the Elite class to finish on the podium. Travis Wallace from Tiki Simsport Tower. And then we'll be hearing from our class winner in the AM class, the Old Dudes and Cars drive of Daniel Pays. We'll come to Rob Armstrong for UKSimRacing Hunt, who had a day of difficulty in the midfield in the Pro class, and then coming to our non-finisher in the AM class, Jack Wynn, who had a brilliant qualifying session, but it all ended in tears quite early on as the racing got underway, it would seem. But as we now get ready to speak to what is there, Travis Wallace, I believe he will be joining us, and indeed he does join me now. Travis, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Well, Travis, it's great to have you joining me from across the Atlantic Ocean. And, well, what a day it's been for you today. Qualifying may not have been perfect, but it definitely was in the race, finishing P3 on the podium there. How did you feel the Nürburgring treated you?
Oh, man. It started out really rough. Actually, my Oculus gave up on me during qualifying, and I had to disconnect everything, leave the session, jump back in. I actually didn't grid until there was like 3 seconds left on the timer. I almost had to start from the pits.
Oh, goodness me. Well, that was very near the moment there. And with those technical difficulties, well, thankfully, you had 3 seconds in your favour and you managed to get onto the grid. But when you did get underway, of course, with qualifying, I have to ask, of course, this circuit, there's a bit of a do or you don't in terms of, do you push really hard or do you try and just put in a lap that you're happy with and doesn't break the bank? Where were you in all of that qualifying?
Well, the first lap, you're on cold tires, so that's just the go out there and set a time so that you have one lap. And then the second lap, I was pushing. And I did get that one done before the headset gave up. So I feel like I could have done better when it gave up. I was 2 seconds up and about 3/4 of the way done with the lap, so I know I could have moved a couple places higher up the grid. But I mean, overall, I think it turned out okay.
Oh, indeed. And then going into the race, of course, before things got underway, there was a lot of talk around whether this would be a 3 or a 2 stop, but everybody in the end going for the 3 stop. Did you have a particular approach to the 3 stop in mind in terms of undercut versus overcut, or was it just react to how the race goes?
Well, I did have a plan, and it was just run as long as I could. With the way that the fuel was working, I think it would have been impossible to save that extra lap because you only had, I think it was like 3.4 laps of fuel, and there's just not enough. I know it's a long track, but there's not enough time to coast here because of the elevation change and so much uphill and just the flow of the corners. You can't just coast. And I thought I had messed up because it did when Nick Wren crashed on lap 2. I don't know if all this got caught on the broadcast or not, but he followed me right into the wall. I went in right in front of him. So I had to pit. I was able to drive it back. It was just minorly bent. I was okay. Made it back to pit road and had to use my fast repair. So honestly, I don't know how I even managed to come back to third after that. But I'm glad it worked out that way. I think I got kind of lucky because being shuffled back after a crash on lap 2, you would think, oh, I'm going to be in the middle of the pack. I'm going to have, all these cars to deal with. But luckily, after I come out of the pits, I had a decent little gap where I had room to get my tires warm and just managed to pick off a couple people and managed to stay clean the rest of the race. And it somehow swung back in my favor in the end. I don't know if it was the undercut or just, knowing the track. I mean, this is by far my favorite track, and I knew I was going to do good here if I could keep it out of the barrier. So I honestly don't know which one it was, but I'm glad it ended up that way, and we got Kiki a podium in the Elite this season, which is fantastic.
Oh, indeed. I think it was a little bit of everything. We didn't quite catch the incident you're referring to on the broadcast, but in that scenario, of course, having to get the car back to the pits, take the fast repair, and then buy yourself some clear space. Just taking us through that dynamic, of course, when you're running in clear air, you can really attack the circuit and feel comfortable, but when you're in a long pack of cars, you're in the dirty air of one another. How does that change the way you approach the circuit? Plus also the fact you've got multiple kilograms of fuel in the car now. It's not as light as a feather anymore.
Yeah, the fuel, even running, I think we're limited to like 45% or something in the series, but it's still, it does make a pretty big difference, especially at a track this big. When it starts out, you know, at the beginning, it's really not really heavy in comparison to a full fuel load, but it's enough that you notice it by the end. It's not enough to really upset the balance of the aero. The car doesn't really tend to lighten up as much as it would from, you know, an actual full fuel load. But it just steady gets faster as the fuel goes, and the balance, at least in the BMW. I'm sure the Porsches are the complete opposite of this, but the aero balance tends to stay pretty well where you got it on the setup. So I think, you know, being in a front engine car, it tended to help here, as opposed to something like the Porsche where the front end, it is going to make a bigger difference being losing that weight over the front wheels.
Oh, indeed. And talking about that with regards to the balance of the car, of course, as the race went on and we saw the pit stops start to pile up, of course, tiredness and fatigue are a factor, plus also the circuit is really being rubbered in, track temperature comes up. Do the last couple of stints, do you feel as though there's slogs to get out of the way, or perhaps they're the most lively stints in the race for yourself?
No, it continued to get better, partly because you just get more comfortable in the car, you know, the longer you go to an extent. These races being 90 minutes, it's a little more demanding than the 45-minute races, you know, the other weeks of the season. But it's nowhere near running a full endurance, and that's pretty much all that I do on iRacing. So I'm used to being in the car for, you know, 3.5, depends on where it falls, hours at a time. So really, I mean, running a 90-minute race, that was well within what I'm comfortable doing. And actually, I turned my fastest lap on the very last lap of the race. So for me, the longer I'm in, the more comfortable I get, and really the easier it gets.
Well, indeed, you definitely showed that today. And, well, I don't know if you've had a chance to catch up with team manager Greg yet, but when he joined me mid-race, and we talked a little bit about yourself, he couldn't even understand how you'd made the jump back into P3. So I think he's going to be doing all the analysis there, but on a positive front here. And I think it shows how comfortable you were getting in the M4 as the race went on. But of course, final stint running in P3 at that point and putting your fastest lap at the end. There's not the temptation to back off?
I mean, in my head, I was thinking, you know, I'm looking at the gaps. I'm like, I'm not going to catch these top two. They've been just dominating the whole day, and I knew that was out of the realm of possibility. And I saw the gap back to fourth, and I was like, you know, I can take it easy. But at any other track, I think you could. But at Nürburgring, it's all about the focus, and you have to hit your marks. And I thought about it. I was like, I need to back off so I don't wreck. But at the same time, then I'm going to be out of the flow that I'm in. So it's not that I was pushing harder on the last lap. It's just that I didn't really want to ease up and end up making a mistake because I'm going slower, you know, at a certain point, or my turn-in point's going to be different, or a braking point's going to be. I just wanted to hit the same lap that I had been, you know, setting the whole race.
Well, indeed, that's understandable. I can see where you're going with that in terms of just wanting to keep in the zone and the flow. And, well, credit to yourself being able to maintain that pace and intensity throughout the entire 90 minutes. And, of course, with this round now concluding and the first half of the season at its end, this result today has moved you up into P5 in the elite class. We've still got 4 rounds to go, but a week's break before we take on Road America. How are you feeling your championships being at so far?
Honestly, coming in, I didn't know what to expect. I found the series with just a couple of weeks left from last season. Managed to catch the broadcast of those, and I was like, man, that looks like a lot of fun. GT3 is probably my worst car on the iRacing platform, but it was the only day out of the leagues that UKSR runs. on Saturday. That's the only one I can make, or Sunday was the only one I could make. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give it a shot. Didn't expect to be put in elite. That was kind of a surprise, but with the way that the preseason testing went, I did pretty good in both of those weeks. So it shouldn't have been too much of a shock. But after seeing everybody show up, and since I missed the first week, but since the second week of the season, just having that elite tag and then battling against the top of the pro class, I was like, I'm really letting myself down. Felt like I was letting the team down. But this is a nice confidence booster moving into the rest of the season. So hopefully I can carry this through the off week and into the next round. But I guess we'll just see how it goes.
Oh, indeed we will. And speaking of next round, of course, Road America lies in wait. How are you feeling for the Wisconsin States? Not the Wisconsin, yeah, the Wisconsin State circuit. I get my American states right this time round.
It's definitely not my best circuit. But I'll just have to do a little bit of extra practice and put in the time and see if it pays off. Hopefully it does.
Well, we do look forward to seeing you take on Road America in 2 weeks' time. But just before we let you go, Travis, is there anybody you'd like to give a thank you or a shout out to live on the broadcast today?
Mostly just the team. We've been racing together for 13, 14 years. I can't even remember now. And they're always supportive, always there when you need them, not just in the sim racing stuff, but in the real life stuff. And honestly, if it wasn't for bumping into these guys and starting up Tiki Sim Sport, I don't know if I'd still be doing it today. So just a big shout out to our team. And if any people looking to sponsor a team or a car in this series happens to be listening, we are currently seeking sponsorship. So I'll just throw that in there here at the tail end of it.
Well, that's no problem at all, and it's absolutely great to hear the support with regards to the team and the fact down in the factory that you're all working together as an absolutely solid unit. And well, you never know, based on today or come the end of the season, you may find sponsorship, and all the merrier for you guys if you do. But with that, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you join me in the interview room, Travis, and well done on third place today, and we look forward to seeing how you get on in 2 weeks' time.
All right, thank you, Paul.
All the best. So hearing there from Travis Wallace, who from Tiki Sim Sport are putting together an absolutely brilliant drive to P3 in the feature race. Indeed, it looked to be a difficult one to begin with, and we didn't know about the technical issues he was facing in terms of the virtual reality headset, but able to get those amended in short order and just in time with 3 seconds to go before he could make his way onto the grid. And well, it was a difficult start, but in the end, limping back to the pit lane, getting the fast repair in, and then in clear track, he was able just to hammer laps in and will in his element in terms of endurance racing, simply doing 3 to 4 hour races as the minimum and sinking into the car. And in the end for Travis Wallace, it was just moving up the field, making some key overtakes on strategy or out of the circuit, and then making the P3 finish. The podium means he's P5 in the elite class, and with 4 rounds to go, could he definitely be an outsider in the championship standings? You never know. And indeed, right now, I think he'll begin to start to believe that the championship is on, but we'll have to see. But now, ladies and gentlemen, originally we were going to go to Daniel Pays for our second interview of today, but due to time availability for Jack Wynn, it's going to be Jack Wynn who now joins us for the second interview, and will give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be bringing him in here. In terms of a race, they had a difficult start to proceedings, and it ended on a difficult note, but we'll hear his perspective on what has been perhaps a day not to remember in terms of his overall championship finish. As we get ready for Jack Wynn, and any moment now, he does enjoy me. In fact, he joins me now. Jack, can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh, going well, thank you, Jack. But more importantly, for yourself, so it's a pleasure to have you here. And well, mixed feelings tonight. Qualifying looked really good, but the race itself didn't quite work out the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. Yeah, I was looking forward to it because the Nürburgring would be one of the stronger tracks. A lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda. I lost about 3 seconds in my quali lap, so I'm there thinking, if I was a few seconds ahead, I wouldn't have been caught up in any of that. But so were the guys around me if they found those 2 or 3 seconds. So, yeah. But that's how it goes, especially at the ring. So, yeah. But on to the next race. That's the big one for me.
Oh, indeed. And in terms of the qualifying itself and the ring, is this a circuit that you that you normally go well at, or one that you enjoy, or is it one where you sort of, you know what, we just got to try and get it done today?
No, I love the Nürburgring. I love watching onboards and racing there, and you can always make improvements at it, and it's just a very unique track. So I think it's very the racing is unique on it. It's rather than racing against people, you really are working together. Even if you're battling hard with someone, it's a fair establishment that if you're up breathing down someone's neck, they have to make the call. Right, it's your turn to go ahead. Or whilst racing very hard, but also bearing in mind these are all threading a needle together.
Oh, indeed. In terms of the qualifying lap you're able to put in, P4 in the AM class, P29 overall, did you feel as though there was a bit more time out there, or was that a lap you walked away from and thought, you know what, we've done the job here?
No, yeah, no, it was a disaster of a lap. There was a few corners where I kind of overdid it, and then the ABS kicked in and kind of drags you down, and you see the delta disappear, and anytime you did gain, it's gone. And there's probably about 4 or 5 seconds in it. There's like the last lap I did. I don't know if you've seen it. I came across the line, but just before I ran out of fuel, so I was coming up with like 3 seconds in the bag, and then I start chugging. So I mucked it up a little bit on that one, but I learned a lot from the race. Though this was a really beneficial race for me in a very weird way. Just this is the race that kind of makes me want to step it up a notch. Clean out the brakes, stiffen up the rig, sort of thing.
Well, it's good to hear that whilst it didn't work out perfectly in qualifying, it's a motivator, if you will, for the pace that is coming. Indeed, you are going from strength to strength. And just a little word on the race itself. You seem to have a relatively okay start in the field as we just look back at the formation lap currently and things going to the green. But then an early instant, and that was it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough one. All right. Obviously there was an incident there, and Taran, I believe the corner is, but. Yeah, someone looking to overtake, and there wasn't really a gap there, but you're like, that's racing, if you hang up behind people for too long, you lose a lot of time. So sometimes decisions need to be made, and silly decisions and stuff. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, and I looked at the replay, I guess, and it seemed that a car bounced off the barrier and just tipped the back of me. If it would have tipped the front of me, it would have pushed me in the right direction. Tipped the back of me and turned me backwards. But sure, look, these things happen. It's racing, That's why we do it.
Oh, most definitely. And of course, didn't work out today, but we've got another round of racing in 2 weeks' time. Road America awaits us. How are you feeling for the Wisconsin State Circuit?
It wouldn't be my strongest track. Hopefully I can say the opposite after a bit of practice. But yeah, no, I'm still going to have a good go at the championship. Daniel Pays, I didn't watch the replay, but jeez, he looks like he put in a stomper of a race. So I'd love to get up there and race with him. Even if I'm somewhat out of contention for the championship, but I'm not going to lose all hope. I'm just going to keep getting whatever points I can. But I'd love to get up and be fighting up for the podiums in the AM class. Big time. Big time.
Well, indeed, and we'd love to see you up there, particularly after what was your 3rd place finish in Detroit last week. And well, we believe you can do it, and if you can take the fight to Mr. Pays himself, that'd be absolutely brilliant for a spectator view for sure. But just before we do let you go, Jack, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to live on the broadcast this evening, or a thank you to?
Everyone that races in the community, that is definitely number one. Secondly, all the stewards, the marshals, and the people who put it together. Thirdly, yourself. Thanks very much for putting on a great show. Just a really, really good show. I really, really appreciate it, man. Can't say more than that. And my girlfriend Sophie for putting up with it, my racing. So that'll be it.
Well, that's absolutely fair, and indeed, thank you to Sophie for letting you join us in the racing and whatnot, and we're very grateful to have you on the grid week in, week out, Jack. But with that, thank you for joining me in the interview room. Apologies that they didn't quite work out for you today, but still 4 more rounds to go after the mid-season break, and we look forward to seeing how you rise from the ashes come at Road America in 2 weeks' time.
Bang on. Thanks very much, Paul.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
So here and there from Jack Wynn, the AM-class driver privateer, who after a qualifying session at P4, but it wasn't a lap that worked out for him, and indeed spluttered across the line on a lap that was 3 seconds faster to not be able to achieve the lap he wanted. It then turned into difficulty in the first couple of laps of the race, and whilst we can see in the picture that the moment he got underway at a reasonable pace, it would end in difficulty for him. But again, using today, and I really appreciate the way you talked about the fact that he's using today as a motivator to know he can take the fight, and his target, we heard it there, and we'll be hearing it from the man himself very shortly. He wants to take the fight to Daniel Pays, and well, if he's able to do it, that will be an absolute firecracker. There's no question about it. But the practice will be going in over the coming weeks, and we'll have to wait to see if Jack Wynn can become a winner. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our second interview of, well, not our second interview, our driver who was meant to be our second interview, but we had to shuffle the schedule, of course, due to time availability of individuals. And we'll get to hear from Daniel Pays now, who will be our third interviewee of today. And as he gets ready to join me, definitely a drive to remember for the old Dudes in Cars driver, in the fact that absolutely unstoppable out there. And I don't think anybody could put a torch to the flame he blazed across the circuit. But as we do wait, it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts on that pole lap, and also being up there and taking a maiden top 10 overall. And as he does join me now, Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah, mate, I can hear you.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant to have you join me, and if anybody in the grid could not hear you before today, you have just put out a huge sound wave in terms of the speed you brought to the Nürburgring. Congratulations on your class win. How does it feel to take a win at perhaps the most grueling round of the season?
It feels really great. For others, it's like a grueling race. For me, it's like no joke. It's the track where I go to relax after a race, because I've been driving here over 25 years, like in real life. Always had like track tools and stuff like that. No super fast driver or something, but decent, I hope. And so this one was, I also live very nearby the Nürburgring. So it's like, yeah, it's home for me. And so this race was very, very special for me. And at least at this one, I really wanted to do good. Yeah.
Completely understandable, and particularly a circuit, if you frequented it in real life as well as on the simulator for multiple years, you want to do that experience proud. And what a way to start off today. P1 in class in qualifying and P17 overall. How was qualifying for you? Did you feel as though the lap you set was, say, a perfect lap, or was there a bit more out there?
No, I think in the last lap of the race, I actually was like 2 seconds faster than in qualifying. But with me, the main thing is like I always have a bit of anxiety, and like my biggest battle is always with myself to try to keep everything together and not to get too nervous. So yeah, I really tried everything I could just to stay calm and not to drift away with my thoughts and stuff like that. Lots of people have that, but not the most talk about it. And so yeah, this one was so special that I really wanted to do as good as I could. So yeah, so the qualifying time could have been a bit better, but I was just super happy to have a qualifying time at all. So as long as I don't crash into the wall, I'm quite happy with it.
Oh, indeed, and keeping it out of the wall, putting it on pole, and then at race start, of course, it gets very crowded down into turn one, but you found yourself surrounded by pro and elite drivers. What was your plan for negotiating them? Did you want to battle with them, or was it okay if they're close behind me or alongside me, I just let them go?
If someone would really be faster than me, then I wouldn't be fighting them. I would like to try and use a slipstream to get faster myself. But I think for a bigger part of the race, I had Peter Cox in front of me, and he was distancing himself from me. So I had for the most part, I had like a free road. And for the last 4 or 5 laps, I think I had David Lowerson. I hope I spell his name right. Behind me, always between 3 and 4 seconds, and that was. yeah, very hard on my nerves, but I tried just to keep it together. Yeah.
Oh, indeed, and you kept it together, and you're right with David Larson being behind you right at the end. And of course, running in that position where you've got that pressure from other class drivers around you, you didn't seem too phased from it outwardly, albeit keeping it together as you say. But then it came to the pit stops. Did you stick to a particular strategy, or did you modify it as the race went on?
No, I had once the thought of like doing an undercut before the last pit stop, like one lap earlier. But at the end, I thought, yeah, why never change a running system, something like that, and it was functioning well. I had space to the front, so why risk without the need to do it? So yeah, so I just stayed where I was. Super happy to be on P10 and doing my very best to hold on to it, yes.
Oh, indeed, and as the saying goes, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And well, you made sure that things did break in the first place. And as time went on, we saw, of course, you gradually rising up through the field and then moving into P10 overall. Did you react at all when you found out about that, or is it something you didn't notice until the race had finished?
I had the silent hope to get up to the top 10. Wasn't not counting on it or something, but I had like a silent hope. And once I saw I was at P10, like yeah, I just defended it as hard as I could from David behind me, and yeah, it was really, there was not one bit of resting or slacking off or something, which the fastest lap at the end proved. Because every time I've done this race multiple times during the week in VRS, and every time I let go just a little bit, I smashed the car against the wall or something like that. So the only thing I could do was like full attack from the first to the last lap. Yeah.
Well, indeed, understandable, and in a way similar to our first interview of the day. Travis Wallace, who was saying about the fact if you turn it down for even a brief moment, the risk of a mistake increases dramatically. But then you didn't turn it down, you kept the pace and kept your head in it to win the race. And of course, this now makes you our AM Championship leader going into the mid-season break by 2 points over Mark Johnson. You've added your name to the list of AM winners this season. How do you think your championship's gone so far?
Really not looking for that. The other lads are way quicker than me. This is just a one-off and a special race for me. And I think that especially Mark Johnson, he does a splendid job. And for me, I think he has very good chances of taking it. Also Livingston. But yeah, I won't be part of the championship. I'm just happy to be racing against everyone, with everyone, and yeah, I'm absolutely not looking for any championship stuff or something like that. Just having a good time, and that's all. And like this race was my little championship. I wanted to win, and I did, and I couldn't be happier.
Well, that's an absolutely brilliant way of putting it. And to be fair, you went out there with a target today and you absolutely delivered. You smashed it. And now looking ahead to 2 weeks from now, we return with round number 5 at Road America. How are you feeling for the American circuit?
Let's say I like the track more than the track likes me. So yeah, I wouldn't guess to be too far up the grid. I will just try to find a stable pace and stay out of trouble and take what's left. That has worked quite good with me for me, and yeah, that's all I can ask for. I'll just see how the race goes.
We do look forward to seeing how you get on in America in 2 weeks from now. But just before we let you go, Daniel, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
Yes, my family for the patience they have. They have to spend quite a bit of time without me. They are very supportive in everything. Then, of course, my teammates, Casper Bruckner. Then we have Bruno and Pedro. which are two mates. They are not racing here at the moment. They can't do it because of the job timing stuff. But I really hope that changes one day, and I would really love to see them here. And yeah, and keep an eye out for Casper. He's much faster than what he has been showing. He's a real beast behind the wheel. That is the one you have to be looking out for.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on Casper, there's no doubt about it. But with that, Daniel, it has been a pleasure to have you join me in the interview room. Congratulations on your win today. Indeed, your own little championship battle, and you have championed it, there's no question about it. And we'll enjoy the break, and we look forward to seeing you at Road America in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. Bye-bye.
All the best. So hearing there from Daniel Pays, the AM driver, who took the win today by an emphatic margin of what was 1.5 minutes. Would you believe it? And well, saying there, with the amount of experience he's brought to the circuit on the simulator from real-world driving, 25 years. And for him, it was pride on the line today. He wanted to take the win in the roaring red Warthog machine, and that's exactly what he did. Didn't put a single foot wrong. Interesting, he's put down his chances in the championship. I definitely feel, given at this point in the championship at the moment, if he has a couple of solid results in the next couple of rounds, there is no reason why Pays could not be a potential championship contender. But I think for him, he's focusing on the small things, and those are the things that matter most. And it's a very different approach to what you see from other drivers in this series so far, from when we've spoken to them about their championship credentials and how they're feeling. But you never know where it could lead to, and perhaps Daniel Pays could be our AM champion if things go his way. But he's warned us to watch out for Casper Brotner, his teammate for Old Dudes in Cars. Well, Brotner had a difficult day today, but could he bounce back in 2 weeks' time in the Pro class? Of course, that will be the change that faces Casper Brotner, and we all see what happens then. But now we do, of course, come to our final interview of today. We'll be a little bit out of order, but we'll still cover all of our interviews as we tend to go on, and it will be Rob Armstrong. And as we do get ready for Rob Armstrong to join us in the interview room, it has been a challenging one with regards to battling hard. And all the way through today, he's had difficulties in the fact he's been caught behind drivers when he's wanted to make progress, and he's never had an opportunity for a real clear run here. But of course, it's led to some tough moments, and we hear from him now. Rob, good evening to you. Can you hear me?
Hi, Paul. I can hear you fine.
Well, it's great to have you here, Rob, and well, what a tough day it's been for yourself. If I had to say one driver who had to battle his way past every single car he came up against, your name would be at the top of the list. You had to work hard at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, it was a bit of a race of two halves, really. The second half, I found myself just in a bit of a gap of not a lot going on and just had to keep it on. But the first half, yeah, I it's difficult to remember everything. There was so much going on. I think I got a pass early on, and I think there was then a spin or something ahead of me. There was a few cars went off there, and I think maybe Ollie might have got damaged behind because he started slowing down, or I started managing to get a gap to him. And I think I was catching up with Mr. Lauerson until I found first gear is really good for doing handbrake turns. That was a bit rubbish from then on.
Oh, goodness me. Well, the Mercedes catching out. We'll talk a little bit more about that in due course. But just winding back to qualifying, P10 in class, P26 overall on the grid. I suspect qualifying perhaps didn't work out the way you wanted it to.
It was probably as good as I could have hoped for. I didn't really get a lot of practice. Certainly wasn't able to tie any good laps together. My optimal was maybe a couple of seconds faster, but I was actually fairly happy just to get where I was and just to get a lap in, because it's so easy to get to make a mistake when you're pushing.
Oh, indeed. You're right there with regards to push hard enough and you'll find the mistakes eventually, but making sure you got a lap on the board, a number of drivers did not, and then the race got underway and you found yourself right in the thick of it on the GP loop. But of course, we go racing the GP loop, we want to get to Nordschleife loop, and then it all becomes one line through the circuit. Where were you in all that? Were you rushing to try and gain places, or was it just sort of, I'll see how it plays out in the opening 13 corners?
No. My goal was to survive. I think we've done the Nordschleife in previous season, and I think had a silly mistake, and it put me well out of the race, fully out of contention, and it was a bit of a miserable experience, which is a shame because I really liked the track. But this time it was much more survive, and then I found myself in some good battles, and hats off to Mr. Mads. His defense was excellent in that Audi. Until he made a mistake, I just couldn't find a way past, and I could never get a good enough run on him or out of any of the corners. And the slipstream is not as powerful as it used to be. I mean, I've been out of iRacing for quite a while, so it's taken some getting used to. So.
Oh, indeed. And in getting used to it, of course, and we saw that battle in particular you're referring to, where you spent so long caught up until a mistake from your rival saw them move aside for you. And of course, running that close and trying to put the pressure on, it all just comes down to getting your opponent to make a mistake, surely, on the loop.
Yeah, but as I say, he just wasn't making any mistakes. And it's very easy to make a mistake yourself, especially when you're running so close into another car. You can't necessarily see all the braking marks that you got used to using, and you very quickly find yourself outbraking yourself and having to go quite evasive just to avoid collecting, because you never want to collect somebody else due to your own mistake. But I think I've been reasonably lucky this race. I've had quite a few spins or slides or little incidents, but somehow managed to keep it out the barrier, and brought it to the end, so I was happy with that.
Well, indeed, you steer clear of danger and the barriers from start to finish. And then just coming back to this point around the Mercedes and first gear being very effective at 4 handbrake turns, what exactly happened?
Oh, it was probably the lap when I was I wasn't sure whether I was closing on David's or whether I was just keeping up, but basically I just came into the first corner. You sometimes feel when something's going to go wrong. It just doesn't quite feel like normal. And basically I just braked for the corner, and I was coming down the gears, and I was already feeling apprehensive about shifting to first and thinking it feels like it's going to do something weird, like spin. And sure enough, just as I put it into first, it started sliding, and I immediately put the opposite lock on, but it wasn't enough. I couldn't stop it, and around I went, and luckily there's lots of tarmac there, but still a few cars got past, and found myself having to do it all over again.
Well, indeed, having to pick up the pieces from where you'd left off, but still pushing on to finish P16 overall and P7 in the class come the finish line. And with that result, it does mean now in the Pro Championship, you're running in, what is it, P10 at the midpoint of the season, having missed both rounds 2 and 3, or at least 0 scores. How are you feeling your championship campaign's been so far? In fact, no, you've been in 3 of the 4 rounds. I should correct myself.
I'm just happy to be back into it. Season 8, I think I managed to win the Silver Championship, but then I think I put just far too much pressure on myself. I think as a couple of the previous people have been talking, you start getting a bit apprehensive, a bit anxious about just driving, and I found myself not really enjoying Season 9 at all. Nothing to do with the organisation or anything. It was purely down to me. So having a season out was good for me. It allowed me to reset, and now find myself pretty much in the middle again, in the middle of the middle championship. So it's not a terrible place to be, and I'll see if I can I'll maybe drag myself up a little bit more. But there's a lot of faster drivers in this pro field. I was hoping to finish pretty well up, but even though bunch of the elites have fallen out. There were all those pros ahead of me to fill up the space. So very, very fast drivers throughout the field.
Oh, indeed, the field and the competition gets ever more intense from season to season. You're finding yourself right in the thick of it, and we look forward to seeing how you continue to take the fight as the season goes on. Speaking of which, next round in 2 weeks' time, Road America. How are you feeling for the Wisconsin State Circuit?
Not sure really on that one. I would put it on my favourite tracks, but it's equally, I don't think it's one that I particularly dislike. I think it's just it's a middling track. We'll see how we get on.
We do look forward to seeing how you get on there in 2 weeks from now. But just before we do let you go, Rob, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to obviously say thank you to my family, my wife, my sons. They've been very helpful today, giving me time to put in some practice. I'd say thanks to my team, to Peter and the two Marks, who've been very supportive, and yourself, the great broadcast, and to the rest of the drivers in this championship. It's such a great field. It's good to see the camaraderie that we really see in the Discord between races. So thanks to everybody involved.
Well, Rob, it's great to hear all the family was behind you today, and it's always nice to hear when you've got a good bunch of people around you, and also, as you say, the camaraderie in the Discord for UK Sim Racing, and the friendly atmosphere that comes with from season to season. But with that, it's been a pleasure to have you join me this evening in the interview room. Congratulations once again on your performances today, and we look forward to seeing you out on the circuit at Road America when we return from the mid-season break.
Thank you very much. Good night.
All the best. So hearing there from Rob Armstrong, our pro driver from UK Sim Racing Hunt, who today putting in the best he could with the time he had, a P10 in class in qualifying and a P7 in class come the end of the race. And in a race that, as he said in himself, was two halves, at certain points find himself right in the thick of it in terms of battling, and at other points finding himself in a lonely space, as we see him here chasing down Ollie Pimley midway through the race. And whereas at these moments where having to put the pressure on was enabling him to gain ground, but in return making some mistakes late on his own, which undid all the work that he'd put in early on. But still a P7 finish in a field that's getting ever closer from season to season, and of course, like he said, battling high at the very top end of the silver class back in previous seasons, and after a break coming back to find himself now in a field that has tightened up. And it does mean that you have to keep your head down and continue to evolve. But I reckon that Rob Armstrong is going to be one of those drivers who next time out at Road America, the times will come. Indeed, we could see another top 5 worthy performance from him in the UK Sim Racing Hunt Mercedes. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our interviews for today, and we've heard from what is the quartet, starting off with Travis Wallace from Tiki Sim Sport Tower in the 51 car in the elite class. We then heard from Daniel Pace for Old Dudes in Cars in the number 8 in the AM class. We also, in fact, we didn't hear from Daniel Pace immediately. We heard from Jack Wynn as our second interview. Daniel Pace came third there. Goodness me, I'm all out of sorts in my mind. With Jack Wynn in the 420 privateer machine in the AM class. Then it was Daniel Pace. And then finally, we just heard from Rob Armstrong in the 45 Mercedes from UK Sim Racing Hunt in the Pro class. Congratulations to all 4 of them once again for their performances today. And thank you to them for joining me in the interview room. And maybe we'll catch them again in 2 weeks' time. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now, of course, time for us to give you an update on the championship standings after 4 of 8 rounds. Of course, all these updates provisional, subject to steward inquiries, but we start off with the elite standings, and we can see here at the very top a gap has emerged, and Håkon Grebstad is now 15 points clear ahead of Nick Wren there in the battle for the lead. The Indian Motorsport driver couldn't quite pull off the win he wanted today, but he did pull off pole position plus second place, so 39 points. He continues that run of second place finishes. He really is becoming Mr. Second Place minus the third place in Detroit, and will he find his win in the 5th race? And of course, we've had 4 winners in 4 different races, but our championship leader has yet to pick up a win. Could we even see him become our first championship winner who has not picked up a win all season? It's only time that will tell. well, and we've got plenty of rounds to go. Nick Wren, meanwhile, dropped key points today. Perhaps not the round he wanted in terms of the way it's gone, but still the Tiki SimSport Corporate Drive will be all fired up to fire back in the round 5 sprint at Road America. And Sam Congreve moves into P3 with a win for Empire Motorsport A, ahead of teammate Nathan Foster from the sister team of Empire Motorsport B. They're joined on 92 points, but that win goes in Congreve's favour to jump him ahead. Travis Wallace, P5 there for Tiki SimSport Tar, only 2 points off, round off the top 5, and we can see the top 5 are starting to make a slight break in the field, with Zander Hill, or Alex Hill, in P6 for Tiki SimSport on 84 points. He's now been nipped at by Tiki SimSport Kimi drivers John Eddowes, and it's Mark Davison at P8 there, the UKSimRacing Hunt driver, looking to hunt down the Tiki SimSport trio, who really gatekeep the run into the top 5. It's Darren Orkett in P9 for Racing Forces, ahead of Philip Schwerker, who was not in attendance today and has not been for the last 2 rounds. We can expect plenty from the privateer when he does return, given his winning pace at Jerez. And then best of the rest is Jacko Taylor for Tiki SimSport, who was not able to make the grid today due to illness. Martin Tillin P12 for Tiki SimSport Corporate, ahead of Jonathan Hitchen, whose retirement today after the win last week has definitely once again shaken the foundations of his championship campaign for Symphony Esports White. And then Ryan Davis and Alvaro Marinero complete the top 15, with Racing Forces Carmel at P16, ahead of Joe Newman, Dave Flanagan, Cy Anthony and Austin William Campbell. But as we then come to our pro class, the story here is a bit different in the fact, in terms of our championship leader, well, it is Peter Cox, but he's only ahead by 1 point for UKSimRacing Moss, ahead of Empire Motorsports B Nathan Scott. They finished separated by a 10th today, and they are separated by 1 point going into the second half of the season, and it is going to be a nail-biter. Meanwhile, Darren Sharples, by comparison, no points accrued today, and therefore P3 is where he'll stay for now on 106 points, but again, it becomes his drop score, and Darren Sharples is not out of this yet, and indeed, if he does have a winning run of form or a run of major podiums and Cox and Scott drop any key points, then Sharples could be your championship leader in the coming rounds. Thomas Asphaug continuing his charge for Racing Lab Am on 99 points. Another podium save, 3rd place, means he's moved into P4 with an advantage now of 17 points over Richard Jones. And as you can see, the top 4 creeping away, with Jones then leading the run to P5 ahead of Oyvind Breivik in P6, with the Racing Lab Am driver ahead of teammate Matt Strand by a single pair of points. And then it's Ollie Pimley at P8 for Symphony Esports Black, ahead of sister teammate David Larson for Symphony Esports White. Completing the top 10 after his performance today, Rob Armstrong for UKSimRacing Hunt, and he is only ahead of James Rankin in terms of result countback, with the CHR Motorsport driver holding on to P11 there as best of the rest. Billy Bob Ray at P12 for Empire Motorsport B in a day that wasn't to go his way, ahead of Tony Hobbs, who lost out massively after the pole position, but he'll be thinking about what could have been today and what can be in the remaining rounds. And then Paul Robson and Brandon Hay complete the top 15, ahead of Casper Brotner, Darren Fellows, Daniel Merchant and Eric Rosev, who complete the pro standings. Then we come on to the AM class in terms of our Drivers' Championships, and we see Daniel Pays leads the way by 2 points Old Dudes in Cars, ahead of Mark Johnson for UKSimRacing Moss. Remember, Daniel Pays in his interview said he's not expecting himself to be a contender in the championship, but then again, I think Mark Johnson may be raising an eyebrow to that and thinking, okay, the game is on either way. John Doble as well in P3. Today's score is not going to matter to his tally. It becomes a drop score. He's on 112 still, and he's 10 points clear of Matt Maddox. But the key theme here is we do continue to have that long line of drivers all the way down to P8 effectively, where the leader through to P8 are separated only by a margin of what is, if my maths is correct, 36 points. And anybody right now could be a top 3 finisher come the end of the season, or alternative at least in the top 5. And then in P5 behind Maddox, of course, we have Steinar Sani for Racing Lab and 1, still waiting for the big result to land his way, and what I think it could come at Road America, given the fact he's been unfortunate thus far. James Conley P6 there on 92 points. He's 5 clear of Simon Andre Livingston, with the Racing Lab and 1 dry ahead of the Tiki SimSport Copa and Tour pair of Satinder Dinsa and Simon Hartley. Joe Pinder P10 for Eden Motorsport, he completes the top 10, and then best of the rest it's Thomas Barge up P11, the privateer 2 points clear of Marvin Cruz, with a further 2 points advantage over John Waldridge for Revolution Sim Racing, and it's Matt Edmondson and Jack Wynn who complete the top 15, with Frank Klein, the last one, tries to get points on the board at P16, ahead of Tony Bradley, Eric Stegen, Bennett Watkinson and Baz Meacham, who round off the AM standings. But lastly, of course, we go from our Drivers' Championship to our Teams' Championship, and we can see here UKSimRacing Moss continue to lead the way ahead of Empire Motorsport B by an advancing margin of what is now 21 points. You would argue that UK Sim Racing Moss look to be the favourites at this point in time, but it can swing over the course of a single round. Excuse me, and Tiki Simsport Kimi by comparison are not too far off the hunt for the top two, with a gap there which stands at a margin of 15 points. Racing Lab and Racing Lab and I should say in P4 on 185 points. They find themselves caught between the rock and hard place of chasing down the top three, but only being 6 points clear of Ignium Motorsport, and it's Tiki Simsport Corpo P6 on 172 points, who are not too far off and looking to steer clear of the pair on 168 points of Racing Lab and One and Old Dooted Cars. The ODIC outfit are behind on result countback, but they are ahead of Tiki Simsport Tire in the battle for P8 based on a points advantage there of 12 points, and it's Tiki Simsport's main team who are P10 there on 154 points with an advantage of what is 15 points over UK Sim Racing Hunt, who are the best of the rest. Symphony Esports White P12 looking to get a major score on the board, ahead of BDM Racing, and then Empire Motorsport A and CHR Motorsport complete the top 15, with Racing Forces and Symphony Esports Black completing the team's championship standings. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show and you want to know more about the UK Sim Racing community, perhaps you're sat there right now thinking that you want to be on the grid for a future season, or perhaps you want to try and see if you can take part in the last couple of rounds of a season if there are places on the grid, or perhaps you just want to know a little bit more about us in the sim racing world and also the real world of motorsport, well, why not firstly go to our official website, that's at uksimracing.co.uk, and we did see the website pop up earlier if you want to find out more. Alternatively, if you want to follow us on social media, you can of course follow us on Twitter at twitter.com/UKSimRacing_. We'd also like to take this moment to give a big thank you to our affiliates, and they include Suelo Meda Sim Racing Coaching, and of course Suelo Meda, the creator of the Motor Racing Checklist, and his coaching can help take your sim racing driving to the next level. Whether you're looking to gain a 10th, improve your approach to the racing line, or develop your consistency, Suelo Meda has a coaching course to meet your needs, and plus with Suelo Meda being a multi-time champion of official iRacing series, including the 2021 PSCC, you know you are receiving coaching for the very best in the industry. We also have Race Anywhere, the provider of curated sim racing equipment, and to only stock products that represent excellent value for the sim racing community. Demon Tweaks, the provider of the most complete and innovative motorsport product range available worldwide. So no matter what your level of discipline, Demon Tweaks can help drive you to realise your real-world motorsport ambitions. Also SimLab, the leading manufacturer of high-quality sim racing-related hardware. They are a proud partner of Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports and aim to enhance virtual racing experiences with uncompromising solutions that push the boundaries of esports. And lastly, Amazon, the company trying to be the Earth's most customer-centric company, the Earth's best employer, and the Earth's safest place to work through the provision of concepts pioneered by Amazon, including, but not limited to, Amazon Prime, Amazon Fire Tablets, and Amazon Fire TV. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, attention now turns to a week's break, and after that, we'll be back for round number 5 on Sunday, the 7th of May 2023, for a visit to the state of Wisconsin, the United States of America, and it's none other than the picturesque Elkhart Lake Circuit of Road America. We reset the clock in terms of the types of races. We go back to 3 sprints in a row and then a feature, but as we head into the second half of the season, it's all go in the Elite Class Championship with Håkon leading the way and growing a margin, but elsewhere in the Pro and the Am Championships, the fire and the hunt is on, and indeed it is wide open in terms of who the championship leader will be from round to round. How will the story continue? Join us in 2 weeks' time to find out, but until then, we have been UK Sim Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, remember to stay on track. Good night.